So I've been a fan of FromSoftware's games for a few years now, and their next project coming out in just a little over a month is Armored Core 6. And when they announced this game, I had pretty much the same reaction as everyone else. Wait a second, so there's an Armored Core 1 through 5? The game has had me increasingly interested over the last year, so I figured it was finally time to sit down and see what this was all about by playing the original. Armored Core is a third-person mech shooter developed by FromSoftware and published by Sony Computer Entertainment for the PlayStation back in 1997. The game starts with a screen of text. This is the only test that we give people who want to become a Raven. You must battle against the opponent AC and survive. If you survive, you will be considered a Raven. That's all. Good luck. The game then throws you into combat against two other ACs or Armored Cores and lets you figure out the controls and how to play completely on your own. So let's just start there and rip the band-aid off early. These controls are some of the worst that I've seen in my 20 years of gaming. First of all, this game was released before the DualShock controller came out, which was the first ever dual analog stick controller, so the game uses tank controls. Which, for those unfamiliar, means that pressing up or down on the D-pad will move your character forward or backwards relative to the direction that they are facing, and left and right on the D-pad will simply rotate them left and right respectively. Armored Core does have strafe buttons, but these are bound to L1 and R1 respectively, meaning that the buttons to step left and right are on your bumpers rather than on your D-pad. Then there's the aiming controls, and this is where the largest issue is. To aim left or right, simply rotate left or right with the tank controls, and that part is easy enough. But enemies in this game can fly, so to aim up or down, you'll need to use L2 to look up and R2 to look down. That's right. I shouldn't need to explain to you why aiming up and down with the triggers of the controller is beyond awkward and takes an absurd amount of time to get used to. Even now, having finished the game completely, I still don't have the vertical aiming down at all. Anytime the enemies start to move really fast and like jump up in the air and let gravity take them back down, I just end up aiming all over the place. But I eventually learned to get good because the game simply won't let you progress if you can't learn. It is still a FromSoftware game after all. Speaking of classic FromSoftware design, the story is handled in that now iconic, we have this deep, well thought out and engaging world, but we're gonna make you work a little to really get an idea of what's going on here. So for the sake of time, let me just give you a quick rundown of the basics. Armored Core takes place in a distant future where the vast majority of Earth's population has been wiped out by a cataclysmic war known as the Great Destruction. The immense amounts of pollution and radiation left behind by this war forced the remaining survivors to live underground. In this time, corporations have provided for this remaining population, developing livable underground cities for them, but becoming increasingly powerful as a result of humanity relying on them. We play as a Raven, a combat mercenary who pilots a mech, doing contract work for whoever will pay us the most money. Which then naturally takes us into the gameplay loop, which is very simple, but also fairly addictive. You go to the mission board and find a contract that you want to fulfill, go and complete that mission for whatever company or organization provided it to you, and get paid. With the money that you get paid, you can now afford new parts for your AC. And the customization here is actually really impressive considering that this is a PS1 game. There are a total of 138 different parts that you can buy from the shop, and you can mix and match them to put together an AC that fits your playstyle however you want. And just to give you a basic idea of how different your builds can get, let's talk about the leg parts real quick. There are biped legs, which are your typical two-legged affair. There's quad legs that can be used to carry more weight for the other parts of your mech, or you can get very lightweight quad legs that will make you a speed demon on the field. And there's even tank tracks, which are substantially slower than everything else, but of course, can carry the maximum amount of weight possible. What legs you use will completely change the way that your AC controls and functions, and these sorts of considerations go into every piece of hardware that you equip your custom build with. Your AC honestly ends up feeling like this very advanced kit of adult Legos. I mean, I have recordings where I just sat in the menu mixing and matching various parts, changing the custom paint job, whatever it was that I was doing for upwards of 15 minutes at a time. And one of the best things about the customization is that you can sell parts back to the shop for the exact price that you paid for them originally, meaning that there is literally no loss to experimenting with different builds and ideas. But once you've got your AC put back together, it's time for another contract. And one of the things that caught me most off guard about Armored Core was just how interesting these contracts could be story-wise. For example, one of the earliest ones that I got in my playthrough was one where civilians were protesting for better pay, and they had taken over a bridge and refused to leave that bridge until corporations improved their quality of life. The city guard couldn't just go in and use lethal force on them, so instead they paid me 14,000 credits to go and handle it for them. And the civilians' crudely weaponized cranes and makeshift mechs were of course no chance for me, so I steamrolled through this entire bridge and came out 14,000 credits richer. That is until you realize that you don't get paid the entirety of that amount. Well, you do, but then you have expenses such as replenishing all the ammunition you just used or repairing the damages done to your AC. There were even some contracts in this game that despite me completing them properly, I suffered a net loss overall because the expenses outweighed my payment. And that's another part of what makes Armored Core's world so interesting. They managed to turn you, the player, into a wage slave to the corporations giving you these contracts. Oh, and if you fail one of these contracts, unless it's one of the very few that is completely integral to the main plot, you'll just fail. You'll have to pay all those expenses the same way you would normally, but you won't get paid if the conditions of the contract aren't met. And beyond that, you won't get to try again, you just take the financial hit, often putting you into debt, and then move on with the rest of your playthrough. There is no retrying contracts over and over again until you finally beat them, you just have to take that hit and keep moving on. And I have to bring this one up just for anyone who's played a Soulsborne game before. There is a poison level, because of course there is. There's a contract you can get later into the game that has you going down into a military base that has leaked chemical weapons that are so strong they even eat through the metal of your AC. So the entire time that you're down here, you're continuously taking damage. Here I was thinking that the Poison Swamp tradition had started back in Demon Souls, but it was here in Armored Core all this time. And that being said, if Armored Core has one crippling flaw, it has to be the level design. Early on in the game, it's perfectly fine because the earlier levels are genuinely just like 2-minute long bite-sized combat sections, but as the game goes on, the levels increase in size and complexity, and the last few missions on their own are an absurd increase in length and difficulty. I haven't felt a difficulty spike this strong in a game in a very long time. I spent as long on the last 3 missions alone as I did the entire rest of the game up to that point, and for reference, there are about 30-some missions in Armored Core. Especially the last mission, where it is so long that it is the only level in the game that had to be split into 2 parts, complete with a loading screen transition. Not only that, but FromSoft also forgot what game they were making halfway through this level, and have a platforming segment that I'm not exaggerating when I tell you it took me 20 minutes to get through it the first time I attempted it. I mean, look at this. This game's camera and controls were not meant for a room like this, and I didn't make it any easier on myself by going into the level using tank tracks. And oh boy, if you fail and fall off of one of these moving blocks. And then there's the final boss of the game. In the menu between missions, you can actually go and see the top 10 ranking ACs and their pilots. And the final boss of the game is 9ball and his pilot Hustler 1, the number 1 ranked AC throughout the entirety of the game. And I'll just let you take a look at one of my attempts at fighting him so that you can get an idea of how this goes. Yeah, so he's the top-ranking AC for a reason. But eventually I defeat 9ball, move past him through the tunnels, and then I encountered another identical copy of him. At this point, I was beyond confused because if I literally just killed the guy, how did he pop up again and kill me? Eventually, after who knows how many attempts at this 20-minute long level topped off with an overpowered final boss, I decided to do something that I've never done in a FromSoftware game. I gave up. That's right, I ran past 9ball, I ran past the second 9ball, and I ran straight into the final room of the game, where a giant supercomputer begged for its life as I shot it. It was at this moment that it clicked for me. There's more than one 9ball, but there's not more than one Hustler 1. 9ball never had a human pilot. It's piloted by the artificial intelligence in this computer. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that this realization instantly made all of that frustration go away for me. It was just such a cool moment that it pulled me right back into having fun with the game. Nineball was blatantly overpowered because the guy wasn't even human. Now, does that mean that it's fun to fight him? No. But was it easy enough to run right past him and finish the game? Yeah. So I'm willing to overlook this, not entirely, but just a little bit, because it was another one of those moments that made me realize just how cool and interesting the world of Armored Core really is. Overall, it's a game that has a lot of creativity to it and a lot of ideas that I really loved, but the controls and the late game balancing make it hard to really fall in love with what we got here. I do, however, strongly look forward to checking out more of the series and of course the release of Armored Core 6 next month. And while I find it hard to recommend that most people play it, I definitely recommend that if any of the ideas on display here pique your interest, to keep a close eye on Armored Core 6 when it releases, because going back to that trailer, I'm seeing a lot of the stuff that made me love this game in the moments that I did. Overall, I'm going to give Armored Core for the PS1 a 5.7. But what do you guys think? Have you played Armored Core? Do you have any thoughts on it after watching the video? Let me know in the comments below. Also, if you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate it. On top of that, feel free to let me know if you're interested in any more Armored Core coverage over the next month or so before the new one comes out, because I'm probably going to be checking these games out anyway, so it's just a matter of whether or not I make the videos on them. And if you're looking for more videos like this one, then maybe you'd enjoy my last video where we talked about why people nowadays hate Dead Island so much. I'll have that linked right here on screen. Wow, so you guys really liked the Armored Core video, huh? Alright, well, I'm a man of the people, and I was gonna play these games anyway leading up to the release of Armored Core 6, so here's a follow-up video about how my experience with Armored Core Project Phantasma was. If you guys continue to enjoy these videos and they continue to do well, then I'm more than willing to review the entire Armored Core franchise. So let's just pick things back up here with one of the weirdest sequels to a game that I've played in a while. Armored Core Project Phantasma is a standalone expansion for Armored Core released only 5 months after the original game. If you're not familiar with standalone expansions, it just means that the developers took the original game, gave it a new story to play through, added a bunch of new content, and released it as its own product that can be played without owning the base game. So I go to boot up Project Phantasma, and the first choice I'm faced with is whether or not to import my save file from the original game. By doing so, I would bring over my AC along with all the credits and parts that I owned at the end of the game. And I actually decided to not do this for my playthrough. I enjoy the progression and challenge of starting the game with the default items and working my way through from there, and since this game was sold as a standalone product from the original, I wanted to judge it on its own merit rather than as a small addition to the base game. So loading into the main menu, I of course started by immediately checking out the garage and the shop, especially since I knew that Project Phantasma would be adding a bunch of new AC parts that didn't exist in the original game. And when opening the shop, I was greeted with the realization that FromSoftware actually lets new players start with 100,000 credits to spend this time, rather than the 0 credits you start with in the original game. This meant that I was free to immediately start mixing and matching parts and customizing my new AC build. I made a build real quick that I thought would be fun and continued exploring the menu. I was then greeted by something new, the arena. This is a ranked ladder of AC pilots all fighting it out in one-on-one combat to rise in the ranks and earn cash through doing so. So I decided that even though I hadn't even done my first mission, I had to check this out. I got into my first arena duel and I loved it. Easily my favorite part of the first game was the rare fight against other ACs, and this was like a whole dedicated side mode just for that. Even better, you don't lose any credits from replenishing ammo or repairing your AC after a match, so it really is just a fun side mode that you can earn some extra cash from. Some Ravens you beat in the arena will even grant you new AC parts after beating them that can't be bought from the shop, so if you really want to experiment with as many parts as possible, it's worthwhile to check the arena out. And due to the lack of consequences, the unique perks you can earn, and the quick in and out combat, the arena incentivized me to experiment with new and wacky builds even more than I did in the first game. Needless to say, I'm a big fan of the arena and really hope that it becomes more of a mainstay throughout the series. And judging by the title of the next game, there just might be hope for that after all. Also, for those that watched my video on the first game, I got a lot better with the controls during my time in the arena. I'm still nowhere close to having mastered them, but I'm slowly getting there. But after a good few arena matches, I finally decided to start the story campaign. And the first thing to get out of the way is that Project Phantasma is significantly shorter than the original game. I finished this game's campaign in about 15 missions, whereas the original had roughly 35. But that being said, the missions here are much better than in the base game. The missions in Armored Core 1 were these short, sweet little sections of combat. Almost every single mission was you being dropped into a small space, being told to clear out the enemies, and then you were done. In Project Phantasma, the missions are much larger on the whole, so much so that FromSoft felt the need to add in an AC part that expanded the ammo capacity of your weapons. And thank God they did, because for some of these missions, you're really gonna need it. Beyond that though, the missions are also just of a much higher quality overall. Rather than just being about the combat, these missions have real objectives and a good amount of variety to them. One mission you'll be raiding an underground lab, then the next you'll be staging a rescue mission, then defending your home base. It's actually really impressive to see just how much of an improvement was made here in only 5 months. The campaign also has a story that is told to you through the missions and through actual characters, rather than being fully told through emails from companies like the first game. The story here revolves around the fact that a group known as the Doomsday Organization is developing a new secret weapon codenamed, and I know you won't believe this, Project Phantasma.
He said it!
Throughout the game, you'll be trying to gain info on this project to prevent its development, and definitely the most memorable part of this campaign are the encounters with your new rival, Stinger. He's an AC pilot working for the Doomsday Organization and possibly as a test subject for Project Phantasma itself, though this is really only hinted at once and then never mentioned again, so I'm not 100% sure on that one. Regardless, by the end of the campaign, you'll have fought him over and over again, and he does in fact end up piloting the completed version of Project Phantasma, which ends up being a program designed to integrate humans into new weapons that are essentially small but heavily equipped ships. And where in the first video I ranted for like 3 minutes about the final mission and the 9-ball fight, that's not going to happen here because I actually really liked this final fight. It's nowhere near as difficult as 9-ball was, but it's enjoyable because while Phantasma is very powerful, it doesn't feel anywhere near as unfair as 9-ball did. That, on top of the fact that they decided to make the final boss fight its own dedicated mission, so there wasn't a 20-minute run up to the boss every time you wanted to attempt it. Last week, I left the first game incredibly frustrated, but now I've left Project Phantasma feeling satisfied and accomplished, and I feel like the changes in how they handled this final encounter are the main reason for that. That's not to say I didn't get frustrated during this game though. The arena that I loved so much actually ended up being a large source of frustration for me after the early parts of the game. I was really determined to become the #1 ranked Raven in the arena, but at about the rank 30 mark, I started to really struggle. I got stuck on one AC fight for a long time and decided to Google what parts the pilot was using to see if there was anything that I could learn from his build to apply to my own. This was when I learned that he, and most of the arena pilots coming after him, had Human Plus. Human Plus is something that I never mentioned in the first video, and that's purely because I never ended up getting it in my initial playthrough. It was a program developed by Morikumo Millennium, one of the main corporations in the first game's story, that would integrate a select few Ravens with their ACs in order to grant them abilities unlike any other pilots out there. The player will be selected for the Human Plus program if they dip below 50,000 credits in debt, which is why I never ended up finding it in my initial playthrough of the first game. When a Raven is Human Plus, they gain numerous benefits such as being able to ignore weight restrictions on their AC, being able to fire shoulder-mounted weapons without crouching down, enhanced booster performance, and more. And one of the reasons that 9-ball from the first game felt so overpowered is that he actually was Human Plus. But getting back to the point, I learned that the arena pilots from this point on would mostly have Human Plus, so I decided to level the playing field and try to go 50,000 credits in debt. I did this, and nothing happened. So I googled to figure out what I did wrong, and players actually can't go into Human Plus in Project Phantasma. The only way to play this game with Human Plus is to go into the program in the base game and then import your save file when you start up Project Phantasma. So my decision to start a brand new file for challenge's sake finally came back to bite me in the ass, and in the worst possible way. And the annoying part is, this and other things not obtainable in this game from the original are still in the game files and commonly used by enemies. It's just that FromSoftware didn't give new players a way to earn those items without buying the first game. If I wanted to climb the ranks faster, nearly every single match would have me at a large disadvantage no matter what I did. So I would need to spend a ton of time getting absurdly good at this game to be able to get up to the #1 pilot spot. And for the sake of getting through this video in a timely manner, I decided to leave the arena alone from this point on, and just be complacent with my 28th spot ranking on the leaderboard. But the next time I get the chance to become number 1, things will be different. Overall, I enjoyed my time with Project Phantasma. It really does feel like a shorter but slightly sweeter version of the original game. And aside from the things that you could obtain in the first game that can't be obtained in this one, I feel like this was an overall improvement from the first. A small improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. If anything, my one overarching complaint with Project Phantasma is that it doesn't feel as complete as the first game did. It definitely feels less like a full, satisfying experience of its own, and more just like a DLC for the first game, which is exactly what it is, but the fact that some new players would have bought this and played it first before the original game means that some players would have gotten a really weird introduction to Armored Core. So all up, I'm going to give Armored Core Project Phantasma a 6.0. But what do you think? Those of you that have played the game, that are just learning about it for the first time, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps out a lot, so I really appreciate it. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen it yet, then you definitely enjoy my last one where we talked about the original Armored Core, so I'll have that linked right here on screen. So up to this point in my time with Armored Core, I've consistently liked the games, but I've never loved them. They've had moments of absolute brilliance, but those were always followed by some of the most annoying and frustrating things that I've ever seen in a PS1 game. But FromSoftware was still out there, taking as much time as they needed to really make this next one their best. When making Project Phantasma, they took only 4 months after the launch of the original game to develop it to completion. The results were good, but still felt unsatisfactory, like something was just missing. But when making their new expansion, Master of Arena, they knew they had to make this the one. This had to be the absolute best that Armored Core could ever be on PS1 hardware. So they took 13 months to develop this new expansion and built it on top of their last iteration of the franchise. Did it pay off? Well, let's talk about it. Armored Core Master of Arena is a standalone expansion to the original Armored Core, and it is the third and final Armored Core game released on Sony's PlayStation. I've done videos on the first 2 games already, and this video is a part of a series where I'm playing through the Armored Core franchise for the first time. So while you don't have to have seen those videos to enjoy this one, you might be missing some context in regards to how my personal experience has been up to this point, so I'll have those videos linked in the description down below if you want to check those out first. But starting up a new save and loading into the menu, everything from the previous 2 games is still here. So I went to do exactly what I did when playing Project Phantasma and make some early cash from the arena, only to find that the arena is locked to me for the time being. This is because in Master of Arena, pilots will need to obtain an arena license from a sponsor to compete. So I actually had to start the story campaign right away. While at first I was a little disappointed, I think that this is actually a very positive change that better maintains the early game economy and balance. And the best way to introduce you to this game's story is to just play you this scene from the opening mission.
Oh no! A raven! I'm no match for one of them! Don't shoot me! I'm leaving now! What? Another one? Nineball? What's a top-ranked arena AC doing here?
I heard you've been looking for me. I don't care who you are. No one can defeat me.
He's the one you've been looking for, huh?
Here it's revealed that Nineball is back, and that our player character has been looking to get revenge on him for some unspecified reason. This acts as the basis for the entire story of Master of Arena. Our character is trying to gain access to the arena and rise in the ranks all the way to the top in order to get revenge on Nineball. Something I was completely on board with since I ended up running away from Nineball at the end of the game, admitting defeat to him. And I also gave up on my dream of becoming the #1 arena AC pilot in Project Phantasma, so I would be getting redemption for both of my past failures as a Raven by doing this. And this reminded me of how determined I was to become the best Raven at the end of my Project Phantasma playthrough, so I decided to get myself involved with the Human Plus program. So I dropped myself 50,000 credits in debt, and nothing happened. Again. Master of Arena also doesn't allow you to enter the Human Plus program. But I was serious this time, and I was still super early in my playthrough, so I started a new save on the original game, got myself into the program, and loaded that save file into Master of Arena to use for the rest of my playthrough. Being Human Plus also meant that I could get the full gameplay experience out of the game, and as this was the last Armored Core game on PS1, now was the perfect time to do it. Continuing on, I carry out more missions, and a couple of these are for a company called ProgTech, a corporation that specializes in advanced AC weaponry and parts. They end up taking a liking to me and the work that I do after a few jobs, and decide to sponsor me in the arena, but they were only able to get me into the sub-arena. And the best way that I can break this down is if you think of the arena and the sub-arena like major and minor leagues respectively. The arena is only for the top 15 ranked pilots facing off against one another, whereas the sub-arena are all of the other sponsored pilots just trying to prove themselves and earn one of those top spots. But that was okay with me because I was more than willing to work my way up the ladder, especially since I had already faced off against a small handful of sub-arena pilots. See, throughout the story missions in Master of Arena, you'll encounter enemy ACs much more frequently than in the last two games. And on top of that, because of your contact at the Raven's Nest, Lena, you'll actually be told the name of the AC when you encounter them.
Enemy AC detected and verified as Lucky Hopper, a member of the sub-arena.
This leads to you getting familiar with your competition through fighting them multiple times and potentially even forming small rivalries with them through this familiarity. But as I was trying to rise through the ranks, I got stuck here and there and would have a really hard time against certain opponents. These moments were where almost all of the tinkering with my build happened. And speaking of, I actually had the least unique builds in this playthrough compared to my other two, and this isn't because of a lack of customization or anything. This game actually has the most unique parts out of the first three with 187 to choose from. But from my last couple playthroughs, I had become familiar with the kind of AC I work well with and that I enjoy playing the most, so I kind of just leaned super heavy on that playstyle in order to become the best. But while trying out some different builds, I decided to change up my weapon, and I came across a new rifle, the Kurosawa. This was a secret weapon in the original Armored Core and was completely absent from Project Phantasma unless you brought it in with an imported save file. And someone explained to me why nobody in the comments of my last two videos ever told me about this thing. This weapon is incredibly overpowered. It's heavy, meaning it's a little harder to work into a middleweight biped build like mine, but once you get all the numbers and parts figured out to be compatible with it, the damage this thing dishes out is just ludicrous. This was the final piece of what I see as my perfect AC, and the first one that I want to specifically spotlight in a video, AC Rebel. The name actually comes from a UI bug that I had on my save file during my playthrough, where no matter what I would name my AC in the garage, in the arena UI, it would always just display the name as Rebel. He's a red, silver, and blue AC wielding the Kurosawa, a moonlight sword, and the best generator and boosters that money could buy. And all of a sudden, I wasn't just moving through the ranks, I was flying through them. One opponent after another, I would defeat them on the first try. Through a combination of hours of practice in piloting my AC, on top of a very powerful energy rifle, I would become number one. The only thing that slowed me down was my sponsor holding my arena license back at certain points in the game. There's a hidden system in the background of Master of Arena to keep track of your progress through both the arena and the story missions alike. Once you progress far enough, it will trigger certain mandatory story missions, where your arena license will be suspended by your sponsor and all other mission contracts will disappear until you complete whatever job they've sent you. There are also moments on the flip side of this where your sponsor will tell you to not go out and take new jobs and to just focus on rising through the ranks of the arena. This actually leads to Master of Arena having the best pacing of any of the games so far, and it's because of this continuous flow back and forth between completing contracts and defeating opponents in the arena. It may sound annoying to some, but the way that FromSoftware balanced the pacing between the two is just immaculate. And at one point, I had just broken into the top 10 pilots in the arena, but my sponsor held back my license and told me that they needed help with an emergency at one of their facilities. I went to help out, and the mission was playing out pretty normally, until this happened.
Enemy unit detected near Gate 4. Destroy it immediately.
Why are you?
This is the first time you will actually fight Nineball in the story, and it's the first of many. In the third act of this game, you will have encounter after encounter with Nineball, and the rising tension and the building rivalry absolutely carries you throughout the last set of missions in the last 10 ranks of the arena. That's what this was all about from the beginning after all, earning the chance to challenge Nineball. But those last 10 pilots can be pretty tricky. Even with my new skills and build, I still had some incredibly close matches against a lot of them, and even a couple draws where we both landed the killing blow at the same time, which I didn't even know was possible in these games. And if there's one problem that I have with the arena in this game, it's a specific stage that the player can select called the garage. It's an enclosed parking garage with low ceilings that the two ACs can have a close quarters brawl to the death in. The problem comes from the fact that all of your arena opponents have unique behavior to their AI, and some of these pilots will try to fly or jump around frequently to disrupt your targeting. When facing one of these opponents, if the player is struggling, they can take them to the garage and completely negate their opponent's vertical advantage, making the fight mind-numbingly easy by comparison. And I'm not going to act like I didn't abuse this a couple times, because of course I did, but I really wish that I was forced to improve at the game and learn how to play around my opponents, rather than just bringing them here and fighting them while they have one hand tied behind their back. But eventually, I got all the way up to the second place on the rankings. Then I got an email telling me to go to an abandoned factory to face off against 9ball off the record. I went there, was immediately greeted by the Red Menace, and destroyed him. And then it was quiet. I continued to explore the facility, and eventually, Hustler 1, the artificial intelligence that controls the 9ball ACs, started speaking to me.
The corporation, the ACs, the Raven's Nest. All of these were formed by me, for the sole purpose of recreating the world and humankind with it. That's the duty to which I've been entrusted.
And then I entered a room to be greeted with two 9balls at once.
Those who wield too much power. Those who only bring chaos. They are simply not part of the program.
This scared the shit out of me when I saw it, but I fought hard and I actually beat them first try. But then again, it was just quiet. So I continued on, and then I was greeted by this.
Modifying program, final level. All system checks are complete. Combat mode is now engaged. Target verified, commencing hostilities.
This is 9ball Seraph, a massively buffed up version of the 9ball AC that handed my ass to me with incredible speed. And this was when I had another one of those aha moments as a FromSoft fan. The running joke about Elden Ring bosses with their second health bars after you think you've finally beaten them, this was exactly that. Except 9ball Seraph was even more, a third health bar. And after multiple attempts, I finally beat him. In a way, beating Master of Arena feels like a graduation. I've been completely clear about where I struggled with these games so far throughout these videos, and Master of Arena is a game that is constructed in such a way that you can't progress, much less beat the game, without really taking the time to learn and improve at the core combat of it. It feels like I overcame every challenge that I had from the past two entries, both defeating 9ball and becoming the #1 arena pilot there is. It has a feeling that neither of the past games had for me, a sense of completion. Overall, I'm going to give Armored Core Master of Arena a 7.1. The core game is still held back and limited by the capabilities of the PS1, but to me, this really feels like it's the absolute best it could be on that system. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you enjoyed this video, then you'd probably enjoy my other Armored Core videos, so I'll have them linked right here on screen. After making what was easily the best Armored Core game in the franchise up to that point, FromSoft had another massive task laid out in front of them: the jump from PS1 to PS2. In doing this, they decided that even though they were making the fourth game in the franchise, this one would simply be titled Armored Core 2, marking the start of the second generation of Armored Core. And before getting too far, I should mention that this is the fourth video in a series where I'm playing every Armored Core title for the first time and reviewing them along the way in preparation for Armored Core 6 in late August. You don't have to have seen the first 3 videos to enjoy this one, but if you want the full picture of how my experience with the franchise has been, I'll have the full playlist with all the videos linked in the description below. But as I was saying, Armored Core 2 is the beginning of the second generation of Armored Core. For those not familiar, this is essentially a way of classifying each mainline game and their respective expansions into their own smaller categories. So generally speaking, every numbered entry is the start of their own generation of games, and the expansions come along to fill out the rest of said generation. There is an exception to this rule down the line, but that's for another video. And before we really get into this one, I just want to make note of the fact that I did capture all my footage on an emulator, and this did cause some very minor visual bugs that you may notice. These are almost entirely in the HUD, with random lines appearing in spots that they shouldn't, but these were a small trade-off for things like being able to record in 1440p, and having an actual widescreen patch that simply just expands the FOV of the camera rather than stretching the game's image out across the screen. I mean, if you were to compare this footage with the minor visual bugs it has to footage of actually playing on original hardware, you can see why I made this decision. But getting into the game, I was really excited because this was the first game to make the generational leap from PS1 to PS2. This not only meant a massive boost in visuals and performance, but also meant that dual analog controllers were standard now. And even though I had already gotten the hang of the classic controls, I was excited to have a smoother, more modernized experience. I load into the first level, and the game uses the exact same controls as the first three. Yeah, for whatever reason, FromSoftware decided to stick by the classic controls and leave the thumbsticks unused. But outside of that, what I noticed during that first mission was just how smooth this game feels to play compared to the PS1 titles. Obviously, the visuals, the animations, and of course the frame rate have all gotten a massive boost here from the original trilogy, but even beyond that, the controls just feel so much more responsive, like I have much more direct control over my AC as a pilot. FromSoftware clearly wanted to make the generational leap to the PS2 an important one, and it shows because this game just plays like butter. Armored Core 2's story is a large improvement from the previous titles, and easily, in my opinion, the best Armored Core story so far. The game takes place a few decades after the events of Master of Arena, where mankind has finally been able to leave their underground cities and return to a more normal life on Mars. Yeah, the pollution on Earth was so bad after the Great Destruction that it was easier for them to terraform Mars and move humanity up there, rather than just try to repair the Earth itself. With this transition though, new corporations have formed and started new wars over power and control on the Red Planet. You, of course, are caught in the middle of this power struggle, playing as yet another Raven for hire, just taking jobs for whichever corp is willing to pay you for it. Throughout the game's story, the new government on Mars repeatedly tries to manage the corporation's infighting by using their own armed forces and, of course, you. But early on in the game, I was actually really enjoying the slower start that Armored Core 2 has. It feels a lot more like the original game, easing newer players into the insanity that will come later on. It almost seems like the general pattern here is going to be that the numbered entries take this slower approach, whereas the expansions just start out with some insane mid to late game action right off the bat. And after having finished the first couple missions, you know I had to check out the arena. And there are a lot of improvements to speak of here as well. Starting out, rather than just having small blurbs of text about the gear the AC uses, these little bios actually give you information about the character of the pilot themselves. And some of these are really endearing, like Count 1, AC number 1111, rank 11 in the arena. He's obsessed with the number 1 to the point where he even intentionally holds the 11th rank in the arena because it has twice as many 1s compared to first place. And speaking of that coveted first place rank, Armored Core 2 gives a new title to the number 1 arena pilot, the Ninebreaker. I had to mention this in the video just because it's such a nice callback to the fact that Nineball was the number 1 ranked AC from the time the arena was conceived until the end of the events of Master of Arena. And some of my opponents in the arena in Armored Core 2 were so much more unique compared to the previous games. I had some opponents who would fly themselves out of bounds trying to put distance between us to fire missiles, or some that would have special launchers that disabled my lock-on systems for the match. Just generally really cool stuff that made each fight feel completely different from one another. Something that happened to me a few times in AC2 that never happened in previous titles was that my opponents would run out of ammo for their weapons. I'm not sure if ammo was ever being tracked in Project Phantasma or in Master of Arena, but I'm willing to bet that it wasn't just because of how noticeable it was here when they started to run out. And it's a lot harder to make early game credits in Armored Core 2 than in any of the games that came before it, and I actually really enjoyed this. Early missions pay a decent amount, but the first few arena matches genuinely only pay 2,000 or 3,000 credits each. and it feels like I'm really working throughout my entire playthrough to pull together the proper funds to build my dream AC. And as a result of this, I actually had a lot more problems with my builds early on while working with such a tight budget. I had to essentially choose which problems I would and wouldn't have. I could have a good generator but risk running out of ammo, I could have good ammo capacity but have shitty boosters, you get the idea. And on the topic of building out ACs, customization is vastly improved from the Gen 1 games, with 202 parts in total. New parts even include things like a floating leg type, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a leg part that allows your AC to just hover in the air. Or arm shields that you can use in place of your left arm blades to block incoming damage from projectiles. And alongside these smaller new parts, there are entirely new part categories as well. The first and the most important of these being the radiator category. These are introduced alongside a new system in combat where you'll need to keep track of how much heat your AC is generating. Heat is generated through a lot of things like using your boosters or taking enemy weapons fire, and the radiator is just there to cool down your AC. And having a good radiator can be pretty important in this game because if your AC overheats, it'll start to deal a ton of chip damage to your armor points over time. And then there's the inside parts and the extensions. These are like small additions to your combat abilities. For example, my favorite inside part I tried was one that deployed decoys that would pull missiles towards them instead of towards you. And as far as extensions go, I found one that would launch additional missiles along with any of my standard missiles. So combined with a 4-shot missile launcher, I could be shooting 8 missiles at a target per shot, which, in case you're wondering, yes, the damage is as ridiculous as it sounds. And the greatest customization change of all, this game lets you save multiple different AC builds that you can swap between easily in the garage by simply pressing R1 and L1. There is a maximum of 3 ACs you can have saved at one time, but this was still an awesome addition for my playthrough, as I ended up making 3 different builds that I really enjoyed and swapped between them as I felt like it. This is such a huge quality of life addition, and I really hope that this is a standard for the rest of the series, because I'm personally someone who likes to change up my builds a lot and play around with new things, so this was just massive for me. But back to actually playing the game, one big thing that I noticed while playing this game's campaign was that every single mission had at least one cutscene in it. And this might not seem super significant to those that haven't played the PS1 games, but this is a level of care and production value that just wasn't present during that trilogy. Early on in the campaign, you'll just be doing random jobs from corporations to go after and cripple other corporations on Mars, but as this goes on, the Mars government decides that they need to control this fighting before it really becomes a problem and leads to another great destruction. So they intervene with their own special forces group that they hired, the Frighteners. And while playing through the campaign, I actually got Human Plus without intentionally doing so. And honestly, I never even saw it coming because it just happened so quickly. I had just added a bunch of new parts to my AC, so I went into a new mission being pretty broke, and this mission is a guaranteed fail where even if you complete your objective, you will not get paid out for it because of story reasons. So that ended up putting me into the negatives a little bit. And then I actually failed the next mission just purely out of my own skill issue, which cost 49,000 credits completely on its own, putting me immediately into Human Plus. So from this point on, it was time to use my new enhanced abilities to blast through the game again, and way better than I did the first time. Being forced to start over, I decided that I would try a heavyweight AC for the first time since my playing Armored Core 1, and I don't know if these have always been good and I just struggled with them in the first game because I was bad with the controls at that point, but oh my god are they overpowered in Armored Core 2. I put together this monster of a mech and decided to make a big arena push before tackling the campaign again, and I went from rank 50 to 11 with this build without losing a single match. And during this push, I realized that AC2's arena does not feature any sort of stage similar to Master of Arena's Garage, which is great because it just means that you'll end up having a lot more movement-heavy battles in this game, and that the arena pushes you into learning how to fight other Ravens far better than the previous 2 entries did. And some of the later arena pilots really made me feel proud of how far I've come with the control scheme of these games, because some of these guys really made me turn on the sweaty gamer mode in order to beat them, and it was so satisfying when I did. While I was starting to get up into the top ranks, I got an email from another high-ranking arena pilot telling me that I'll be happier if I stay in the lower ranks, because if I go any higher, he'll notice me. He was warning me that the standing 9 breaker Ares would set his sights on me and destroy me. I kind of blew this off, and after a couple more matches, Ares actually emailed me letting me know that he had given me a new AC part and that I should climb the ranks as quickly as I can so that we can face off in battle. Motivated, I pushed on all the way up to the top 5, and at this point I started getting emails from other top 5 ranked pilots after defeating them. They weren't threatening me or warning me though, they were sharing parts with me and telling me that I had what it takes to finally overthrow the Ninebreaker. They were encouraging me. I eventually get all the way up to the number 2 spot, and then it's time. I challenged Ares. But after multiple attempts, I kept getting my ass handed to me, so I figured that I would put this match off for later, and after leaving to go complete some missions, I got an email that read, "I'm disappointed. I was hoping that you would prove a worthy challenger. I was wrong." Little did he know, I would be back. Continuing from where I had left off in the story, the Frighteners immediately started making themselves known and showing up to try to eliminate me all the time during my missions. But all that arena experience would come in handy as I would quickly and easily deal with them one by one. And then, while out on a mission, I randomly found a secret AC part. I went to the garage after finishing the mission to discover what I had found, and found that it was my old friend, the Karasawa. Quickly equipping this to my AC, I went back to challenge the Ninebreaker once more, but it was still such a hard fight. I had such an overpowered build, with such an overpowered weapon, and he was still kicking my ass. There was close call after close call, a lot of tinkering between my different AC builds, but eventually I finally won. And this was hands down the hardest arena battle I've had in Armored Core so far, and I would even go as far as to say that it was the hardest fight in general throughout the series, as both Stinger and Nineball Seraph went down with way less trouble than Ares did for me. But there I was at the top, the new Ninebreaker. And now that that was done, all that was left to do was complete the story. And something that's a little strange with Armored Core 2 is what I can only really refer to as reused missions. And it's weird calling them reused missions, I guess remade would be more appropriate. Throughout the game's story, you'll come across multiple missions that are direct recreations of various missions from the PS1 trilogy. For example, one of my favorite Master of Arena missions, where you have to defend a submarine by jumping from ship to ship and fending off attackers, is present here and is almost the exact same as it was in that game. Even down to the details of like the intro cutscene being the exact same. There are only a couple of these in the game, but they still stood out as being really strange to me personally. But getting closer and closer to the end of the campaign, the special forces that the Mars government had hired ended up staging a coup and overthrowing them, and we then have to go after the leader of the group, Leos Klein. And FromSoft hints very heavily at the idea that Leos Klein might actually be the player character from Master of Arena. So getting into the end of the game and essentially coming face to face with my old self, which was even more funny because my AC actually looked like a differently colored mirror version of his AC by the end of the game, I ended up having a few final encounters with him. The first time AC on AC, not bad at all, but then there was one final mission left after that. And encountering him here was by far the easiest final boss of the franchise so far. This is not only the only final boss that I've defeated on the first try in this franchise, but it also took me about 15 seconds to do so.
But wait! There's more!
FromSoft was up to their old tricks again, and it was time for a transformation into the second phase of the fight. And this was much better. It took me a whole 30 seconds to get through this part. That being said, Klein wasn't entirely disappointing because the implication of him being your character from the previous game, along with just how cool he actually is, making use of ancient technology left behind by an ancient civilization on Mars, which is a whole part of the story I'm not even getting into in this video. But point being, he was still a really cool and fun boss to encounter, even if he was disappointingly easy in the scope of the franchise. And overall, I know I'm starting to sound like a bit of a broken record with this one, but this is just the best Armored Core game so far. And the generational leap was so massively important for this franchise, taking a huge step towards a higher level of polish, and just being a much longer and slower paced entry in this franchise means that there's a lot more meat on the bones here than in either of the previous couple of games. So all up, I'm going to give Armored Core 2 a 7.8. But what do you guys think? Those of you who have played the game, those learning about it for the first time, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you enjoyed. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them before, then you'll definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have them linked right here on screen. So far in my journey with Armored Core, the games have genuinely gotten better with every single entry. There has not been a single video so far where I didn't say, this is the best Armored Core game yet. And I had some of you guys in the comments of the Armored Core 2 video telling me that while you liked AC2, you preferred Another Age to it. So will the trend of improvement continue? Well, let's talk about it. And before I get too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 5th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as we go along in preparation for Armored Core 6 releasing at the end of this month. While it's not necessary to have seen those videos before this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey through these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below if you want to go watch those first. But getting back to things, Armored Core 2 Another Age is a standalone expansion for Armored Core 2, released 8 months after the original game. And rather than repeating the formula of the last 3 games in the franchise, FromSoftware decided to go back to the beginning and make a game more similar in structure to Armored Core 1. What do I mean by this? Well, I mean that there are more missions than in the last 3 games, and on top of that, there's no arena. And this was an absolute shock to me when loading into the menu for the first time. For me, the arena has been the key component of the pacing of the Armored Core games ever since it was introduced. If you ever get bored or frustrated while doing missions, you can go to the arena for a bit. And if you get bored or frustrated while playing around in the arena, you can go and do missions for a bit. This back and forth formula really helped to keep me engaged with the last 3 games, and I could not imagine what FromSoft possibly could have been thinking when they made this decision. And the best that I can really come up with is that they probably just wanted to differentiate this game from the last 3 and prevent them from feeling like the same game over and over again. But with that crazy decision out of the way, let's talk story. As far as the story goes here, there really isn't one. Another Age takes place 5 years after the events of Armored Core 2 and details the fighting of the various corporations and governments on Mars after the events of that game. And honestly, that sentence even oversells the story of the game a little bit. Out of all the games so far, this is the one that will make you feel the most like you are just a mercenary for hire doing missions purely for the sake of earning the credits from them. But as I've been doing for the Armored Core expansions, I decided to start a new save rather than just carrying over my file from the base game, so that I could better judge Another Age as a complete standalone product. And once again, the progression with a new game file in this expansion feels absolutely perfect. And honestly, at this point in my journey with the series, it feels like importing a base game save file would make the early missions of these expansions far too easy. But I know that some people have told me that a couple of the later expansions get really difficult, so I'll have to hold my tongue on that for now and see what happens down the line. And remember when I said that there were more missions in this game? Well, to be more exact, there are 100 missions in Another Age. It should go without saying that that is a ton of missions, and as we'll get to eventually, this was a good decision in some ways and not such a good decision in others. And the way that you accept these missions is slightly different too, where instead of just having one list of available contracts, you actually have a small map of areas that you can move between in the menu and take missions specific to that region. As you progress through certain levels, new areas and missions will be unlocked, opening up more potential ways for you to progress through the map and get to the end of the game. It is required that you complete every other mission before getting the final mission to open up, so every mission in the game is mandatory, but how you progress through them and in what order is completely up to you. One symptom of this approach, along with the sheer number of missions, is that you will see a lot of reused level environments. While there are exactly 100 missions in this game, there are probably only 40 or so maps that these missions take place in. Almost every single map in this game will be seen twice, there's a solid amount of them that you'll see 3 times, and there's a couple in particular that I know that I saw at least 4 times. And while we're on the topic of reusing levels, the reused level thing that I talked about in Armored Core 2 makes a return here as well. Remember that level from Project Phantasma where you fight a bunch of tanks in a crater before a tank track AC comes in out of nowhere? Well, that's here, it's just AC2ified. That classic submarine level with the ships? Well, that's here again too, except this time you're on offense instead of defense, actively attacking the ships rather than defending the submarine. Oh, and they changed the skybox and the lighting to be daytime rather than nighttime too with that one. Honestly, these sort of things are almost to be expected in a game pushing to have 100 levels in it, but if these sort of corners need to be cut in order to reach that number, then why should we be so dedicated to having 100 levels in the first place? I know that a lot of people probably enjoy the novelty of having a 100 mission AC game, but for me personally, I definitely prefer having a 30 or so mission campaign where every single mission in that campaign is completely unique to one another. But thankfully, Another Age features a couple of small but meaningful quality of life improvements from AC2. The first one is an incredibly simple change where if you're locked onto a target but there's something blocking your shot between you and them, the FCS lock will turn green instead of red. It sounds like nothing, but something like this really goes a long way in some situations. Another really small one is that when you earn a free AC part, there's a new UI alert that shows you an image of the part, as well as telling you on the image what type of part it is. This is a massive improvement over the first 4 games, as in those games, when you get a part, all you know is that you got a part, and it was on you to figure out what that part actually was. I don't know how this game was the first time that they thought of adding something like this, but I am so glad that they finally did. But one thing that I'm really sad to report about Another Age is that the pacing is just not right here. To be fair, this might have something to do with the fact that I do YouTube as a job and need to get through games like this in a timely manner, but this game felt like more of a slog than any other Armored Core game before it. It's essentially like if we took the pacing of Armored Core 1 and we stretched it out from 30 missions to 100. If you weren't trying to get through this game in a reasonable amount of time, this could pretty much just be a giant AC sandbox game where you can get 12 to 18 hours out of a single playthrough, but that doesn't change the fact that it's just a massive downgrade from the last few games in terms of its pacing. And then there's the one change that I really just can't wrap my head around. When you fail a mission in Another Age, you don't need to pay for repairs or ammo costs. On top of that, there is not a single mission in Another Age where if you fail it, you never get to try again. Every mission in this game can be retried infinitely until you finally beat it. This means that if you fail a mission here, there is absolutely nothing punishing you. I'm assuming this was changed because of the lack of Human Plus, but honestly, I'm just not sure if that's it. FromSoftware seems to be very aware of how difficult their games are, and it's incredibly uncharacteristic of them to change something to make it this overly forgiving. And something that I'm assuming was an oversight that came with this change is that some missions still pay a small sum in advance, which was done in previous games so you would have some funds to offset the costs even if you failed. It would really only ever be used on really difficult missions. But when you get paid in advance here, if you fail the mission, you only end up profiting. Say that you get paid 10,000 credits in advance and then you fail the mission, you could load up that mission and fail it and still get paid the 10,000 because you got paid that 10,000 as soon as the mission started. This means that you could just find a mission with an advance payment pretty early on and intentionally fail it over and over again to farm up credits quickly. And I have no idea why something this fundamental and core to the series was changed. But thanks to the comments on the last video, I was introduced to a couple of mechanics from Armored Core 2 that I never knew existed. The first of these was the overboost, where you can use a very large amount of your energy reserves to get a massive boost in one direction. This is a feature that while I can see the uses for it, it's admittedly a bit beyond my current skill level with these games, so it went mostly unused for my playthrough here. Honestly, if I had done this playthrough with Human Plus and had that larger energy capacity, I might have played around with it a little more, but that just wasn't the case here. The second and more significant one was limiter release, and limiter release does pretty much exactly what it sounds like it would. It releases the safety constraints on your AC for a short time, allowing you infinite energy for about 30 seconds. The downside to this is that your AC won't be able to generate or use any energy for about 60 seconds after that 30 seconds is over. And in certain parts of the game, limiter release was actually kind of essential for me to get some of my ACs across the large gaps in some of these missions. There were a few spots throughout the game where there would just be a very large chasm to cross, or like an insanely high climb that you had to make in one large boost. And some of my ACs just didn't have the energy capacity to quite get there. So using this to get infinite energy just to cross that boundary was actually super helpful, as I didn't have to go and change the fundamentals of my build just to get through a single mission. That's all I really used it for though, as if I used it in combat, it would essentially be a gamble on whether or not I can kill my opponent in 30 seconds. And honestly, if I failed on that gamble, needing to fight another AC without using any energy is pretty much guaranteed death for me. And on that note, the encounters with other ACs in this game were hard. Like, really hard. I don't know if that's because Another Age actually has some of the hardest fights in the series so far, or because I played Armored Core 2 with Human Plus so I just wasn't ready for it, or probably a combination of the two, but some of these fights were seriously tough. There was one mission where I had to fight not one, not two, but 3 ACs at once, and they were all different types too. There was like one really heavy tank type AC, there was like a middleweight one with some pretty powerful missiles, and then there was a super mobile one flying around the entire time too. And sure, I fought 2 9-balls at a time back in Master of Arena, but 2 is less than 3, and the Gen 1 Armored Core games had worse pilot AI and slower movement compared to the Gen 2 games, so I found this way more difficult than that. One mission that I got called me in to deal with an unknown AC pilot who was rampaging and killing other Ravens. And when I arrived,
AC data assessment in progress. It seems to be an older model. I have a bad feeling about this, Raven. Please be careful.
weirdly, this was one of the harder 9-ball encounters in the series so far. I think it's just because the Gen 2 games have upped the difficulty of fighting other Ravens, on top of the fact that I've actually never defeated 9-ball without Human Plus before. There really isn't all that much to talk about with this specific 9-ball encounter outside of the fact that I spent like 20 minutes trying to beat him, but I appreciated getting one more rematch against our old friend, and at the rate we've been going, I'm sure it won't be the last. This game also introduced an entirely new type of boss fight to the Armored Core franchise, and the best way that I can think to refer to these would be epic bosses. These are bosses that go beyond just being a more advanced MT or AC, and are instead large-scale bosses that make your 30-foot tall mech look like an ant in comparison. My favorite of these was a massive MT that I was called in to deal with out in the desert. This thing was flying around at a very high altitude, making it difficult for me to fly up to its level to deal with it, and it was packing enough weaponry to melt through my heaviest AC build in seconds. There were also like 9 different parts that my FCS could lock onto, and destroying each of these parts would give me certain advantages for the rest of the fight. This thing was really cool to fight, and I hope that we get more encounters like these as the franchise goes on, which, going off of the trailers for Armored Core 6, I might just have some hope for that. But one drawback to all these cool fights was that while they were awesome on their own, they kind of took the wind out of the final boss fight of the game. There were so many great and really difficult fights throughout the entirety of Another Age, and then the final boss fight was just a double AC fight that I was able to beat on the first try. In my opinion, the giant MT should have been the final boss because it was easily the best fight in the game, and it was also easily the most difficult one. And it's weird to me that this has been an issue in both of the Gen 2 Armored Core games, because I feel like all 3 of the Gen 1 games were able to absolutely nail the memorable and challenging final bosses. But at the end of the day, Armored Core 2 Another Age is just more Armored Core 2, but much, much longer. While I feel like there were a lot of questionable decisions made during the development of this expansion, it definitely has unique positives to it that other games in the series haven't had so far, so rating this one is kind of weird for me. Overall, I did enjoy it, just not as much as the last couple of games. So all up, I'm giving Armored Core 2 Another Age a 6.8. But what do you guys think? Those of you who have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time, let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, just anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you'll definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have the playlist linked right here on screen. So ever since my first Armored Core video, I've had a ton of people in the comments telling me that Armored Core 3 is the best of the early generations, and some even saying that it was the peak of the entire franchise. I tried to manage my expectations going in, but it was hard to, knowing that I was going into what seemed to be the majority favorite of the series immediately after suffering through all 100 missions of Another Age. So, is Armored Core 3 the best game in the series so far? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 6th in a series of videos where I'm playing the Armored Core series for the first time and reviewing every game as I go in preparation for Armored Core 6, which, as of upload, is less than a week away, so I'm pretty on schedule. While it's not necessary to have seen the rest of the videos, you'll be missing a lot of context regarding my personal journey with the franchise if you haven't, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below if you want to go and watch those first. But with all that out of the way, Armored Core 3 is a third-person mech shooter developed by FromSoftware and released in 2002 for the PlayStation 2. Being the third numbered entry in the franchise also means that this is the first in the third generation of Armored Core. And along with this new generation, FromSoftware decided to reboot the storyline of the Armored Core games. So we're gonna have to talk about the story in this game a little more than usual because of it. Armored Core 3 depicts a world where humanity has begun to live underground after a catastrophic nuclear war that left the surface uninhabitable. Sound familiar yet? This underground society comes to be known as Layered. Layered is ruled by an artificial intelligence known as the Controller, which essentially controls everything that happens in this society. And aside from that, it's the typical Armored Core story with multiple corporations fighting one another for power in order to have more influence over society. You've heard it before. There's some extra intrigue thrown in with the corporations, with some of them being more closely allied to the Controller than others, but that part of the story discussion is a little beyond the scope of this video. But here's where the real intrigue comes in. Early on in the game, company representatives start to realize that the Controller seems to be attacking those that it is normally very closely allied with, and they start to question whether or not the Controller might be malfunctioning, and asking if anything could even really be done if it was. It sets up really interesting questions for the story to answer. The idea that all of humanity is being ruled by an AI and the implication of that AI malfunctioning and lashing out is a really interesting one. But with the basics of the story covered, I started up the game and got into the first mission, and I was actually surprised by just how much Armored Core 3 felt like the Gen 2 games. The jump from Gen 1 to Gen 2 was so significant that when I started up the first Gen 3 game and it felt similar to the last ones, it actually really surprised me. But with this generation, FromSoftware didn't aim to overhaul the entire game the way they did in Gen 2. Rather, they made a multitude of small improvements to the core gameplay and just polished up a lot of the smaller issues with Gen 2. And of course, I have to bring it up again and beat the dead horse. Did they move to dual analog controls for the third generation? Of course not. I don't even have much to say about it at this point, because by now, all of the possible reasons that I had thought of for them not having moved over with the Gen 2 games are null, meaning that FromSoftware just genuinely thought this was the best control scheme they could go with, and the one they wanted to stick with. And look, at this point, I've played like 50 hours of games on this control scheme. I'm more than used to it, but I would be lying if I said that I'm not looking forward to being able to play some of these games on a more modern dual analog control setup. Another thing that I noticed right away is that the art style looks a lot blockier than Gen 2. The PS1 trilogy had this very blocky, bulky, almost Lego-like look to it, which was pretty much done away with in Gen 2 in favor of a much smoother and more futuristic style. But honestly, I'm really glad to see that Armored Core 3 has taken the style back more to something like the PS1 games, because even though I can't really describe why, I think that these ACs look so much more visually interesting than those seen in Armored Core 2 and Another Age. Unfortunately, the visual improvements were not carried across to the menu UI of Armored Core 3, as to me, this feels like a fairly substantial downgrade from Armored Core 2's. I could sit here and go into specifics for like 10 minutes, but essentially it just comes down to things feeling less smooth and convenient here than in the last few games. That, on top of the fact that they moved things around, like making the shop into a sub-menu of the garage and removing the sell menu entirely in favor of making it into a button in the assemble parts menu, it just felt really weird to get used to for me, and even now that I am used to it, I think I still prefer the UIs of both the Gen 1 and 2 games. But smaller things aside, let's get back to some missions. Something that I was actually very surprised by was when I went to find a mission for the first time and was greeted by a map screen. This was probably the last thing I would have expected to carry over from Another Age, and while it's not anywhere near as large as the map in that game, it's still there, meaning that FromSoft still liked the idea and it might grow again in some later entries. And honestly, I'm not upset that it's here either. I don't think it really makes much of a meaningful difference from just having a list of missions, but it does add a little bit of personality, so if this is something that they keep going forward, I'm not exactly going to complain about it. And the mission variety, compared to just having played Another Age, felt great. There were some reused maps still, which is interesting considering that there are only about 40 missions in this game, but it never felt as repetitive as Another Age did by any means. On top of that, there's a new system with missions called the Consort system. For certain missions, you'll be brought to a menu beforehand where you'll have a certain amount of credits to spend, which you can use to hire other MTs or ACs to come along with you and help you out with your mission. And some of the ACs that you'll see as options on here are actually ones that you had previously defeated in the arena, meaning that you'll already have this developed understanding of how they fight in combat, and it also gives the sense of familiarity with your allies. The system isn't any sort of game changer, but it's a really fun addition to the game, and there were a couple missions where bringing the right support along was super important. And since I just mentioned the arena, you know by now that I have to spend way too much of this video talking about it. And I just have to say right off the bat that Armored Core 3 definitely has my favorite arena in the series so far. There are a lot of reasons for this, but the most important in my opinion is that all of the opponents in this arena have a ton of personality to them. I've realized more and more throughout playing these games that a variety of personalities and fighting styles is the thing that I appreciate the most in the arena, and this game nails those two things more than any previous arena has. And what helps with that is that AC customization is the best that it's ever been in Armored Core 3. All the things that we've come to expect are here, as well as a whole lot more. AC3 adds a whole lot of new parts and part types, my favorite of these being ranged left arm weapons. Up to this point, you've only been able to use laser blades or arm shields on your left arm, but now you can equip it with a whole second ranged weapon and run into battle firing akimbo. My favorite thing that I tried with this was putting a grenade launcher in my left hand and a rifle in my right, chipping away at my opponents with the rifle like usual, while also bombarding them with heavy explosives. There's so much more potential with the customization in Armored Core 3, and honestly, I did not do it any justice. I barely dug into all the new stuff, but there's a lot here, and I will definitely be playing around with it more when I get to the expansion. The only downside to the customization isn't really the customization itself, but it's the missiles in the game. Now hear me out, the missiles are still really strong in Armored Core 3, and there's still a lot of different and unique types of launchers to have fun with, but the tracking can be kind of weird in this game. There were a lot of instances where I could be fighting another MT or AC, and my missiles would just whiff right past them every single time, or randomly veer into the ground, the sky, take a 90-degree turn to the right, whatever it might have been. The missiles are great when they work in this game, but a lot of the time in my experience, they kind of just went all over the place. Back to the arena though, there are these cool matchup screens that they added to the game before you actually start a match in the arena that weirdly gives me the vibe of like a kid playing with toys. And don't get me wrong, I mean that in like the best possible way, like it's really endearing to me. And when the match is over, the game asks if you want to watch a replay rather than just immediately loading into one like the previous games, which is so nice because actually way back in my Project Phantasma video, I wrote it down in my notes to complain about the fact that the replay always immediately started after a match, but I ended up cutting it from the video. So I guess I'll just bring it up now. I always hated that shit, and now it's finally gone. And something that I have to bring up is that the garage from Master of Arena is back, now called the parking garage. There are a lot more pillars in the parking garage than in Master of Arena's garage though, meaning that fights are a lot more interesting here this time around. While opponents still won't really be able to fly much, the ceilings are a little higher, so it gives them a tiny bit more room to work with. But because of all the pillars and stuff in here, the fights in here end up feeling more like an intense game of peekaboo rather than just forcing the opponent to sit still while you blast at them. Overall, I was a little upset when I saw in the menu that it was back, but once I actually tried it a couple times, I really liked it, and I didn't end up abusing it too much in this game anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Armored Core 3 also gates your progression through the arena a little bit like how Master of Arena did. It's handled slightly differently here than it was in that game, but it's generally the same idea. If you climb through the arena too quickly, you'll no longer be able to climb the ladder, and you'll have to go and complete some missions before you're allowed to climb further. This helped the pacing in Master of Arena a lot, and it definitely has the same effect here. That being said though, I don't believe that the pacing in Armored Core 3 is among the best of the series so far. It's definitely miles ahead of Another Age, so I appreciated it in that sense. But it definitely didn't feel as well paced to me as Armored Core 2, and nowhere near as perfect as Master of Arena's pacing was. This mostly comes down to the player still being allowed to clear the entire arena by about the halfway point of the campaign, as well as the actual story in the campaign being pretty poorly paced, but let's wrap up the arena talk. I actually had a fairly easy time getting through the arena up until the A-ranked pirates. Great, they're pirates now. I actually had a fairly easy time getting through the arena up until the A-ranked pilots. All three of these guys are dangerous in their own right, but the number 1 pilot, Ace, is the one that really handed my ass to me. Ace is an incredibly mobile biped pilot, equipped with an incredible amount of firepower, capable of destroying my AC in seconds if I were to get myself in a bad spot. And Ace cheats really, really hard. Not only does he have all sorts of equipment that would put the player well overweight were they to try to replicate his build, but he also has seemingly unlimited energy. I will admit that I spent about 2 hours trying to beat Ace, and I did not see him run out of energy once in that entire time. He just flies, boosts, and overboosts around the arena constantly, and it was incredibly difficult to budget out my own energy in order to keep up with him. A big reason that I struggled with him so much was because he had a part called OP Intensify, and this is actually the replacement for Human Plus here in Armored Core 3. See, now that the story has been rebooted, Human Plus no longer exists in this new timeline. So OP Intensify takes its place as an optional part that can be equipped to your AC. It has every ability that Human Plus would give you, plus a couple new ones that didn't exist before, like improved target accuracy. And the way that the player obtains this part is very different from how they obtained Human Plus as well. Rather than it being given to the player for going 50,000 credits in debt, the player can only earn OP Intensify by completing the story campaign, meaning that this is only available to players who play Armored Core 3 past the credits rolling. There's a lot more that I could talk about with this part, but I actually barely played around with it at all, so I don't have much personal experience with it, so we'll see if I end up using it more in Armored Core 3's expansion when I get around to that one. Back to Ace though, after like an hour and a half of trying to beat him in the open arena, I finally conceded and brought him to the garage. And even here, he gave me a run for my money. His flight was handicapped, but his quick movement and devastating weapons were still enough to run my shit. But eventually, after a lot of effort, I was finally able to beat him. And these videos really make me feel like a broken record, but this was definitely the single hardest encounter I've had in the Armored Core games so far. And honestly, with how much trouble Ace managed to give me, I can only pray that he'll remain the hardest encounter for the rest of the series, but it was so satisfying to finally beat him, especially because it took so much learning and practice for me to do so. But with that, I finally got the arena talk out of my system, so let's finish up the campaign. In the later parts of the campaign, it becomes the most interesting story Armored Core has told so far. Corporations start to turn on each other, some of them disappear entirely, a terrorist organization starts to employ you, and the rogue AI that controls the world gets progressively more aggressive. But I mentioned earlier that the story pacing was a little poor, and with that, I mostly meant that all of the interesting things in this story happen in the final act, and the stuff before that, making up pretty much half of the campaign, just kind of feels like filler missions. When the story is good here, it's really damn good, but most of the game just isn't very interesting in that respect. But thankfully, the epic bosses from Another Age did end up making a return here. There were only a couple of them due to the shorter campaign length, but I'll take what I can get. They were both really interesting too, with the first one being an aquatic MT that you had to hop around sunken rooftops to battle with, and the second one pretty much just being an improved version of the massive MT fight from Another Age. There's not really a ton to be said about these two, but they were both really entertaining, and I'm really glad that this was a boss archetype that FromSoftware decided to continue running with. And while there are no crazy final bosses to note in AC3, the entire final mission was really great in this game. It has a nice balance of combat and platforming, it has a few interesting fights throughout, including one against 2 duplicate ACs, both of these guys lore-wise being enhanced ACs that the controller made itself to protect itself, and it's even capped off by destroying the cooling unit of the controller and watching it as it overheats and falls apart. And while the controller is dying, it initiates a protocol that releases all of the locks in Layered that would allow humanity to return to the surface, hinting towards the fact that Earth may not have been uninhabitable for a long time, and the controller was keeping humanity locked down there so that it could keep its control over them. Overall, I can easily understand why so many people have said that Armored Core 3 is their favorite game in the series. And that's because I would probably have to agree that this is one of, if not my favorite game in the series so far. While it did have some issues with the story pacing in my opinion, the customization, amazing arena, and the last few missions of the campaign make up for it for me personally. So overall, I'm going to give Armored Core 3 an 8.0. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, just anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate it. And I haven't mentioned this before in these videos, but if you didn't know, I stream almost every day right here on the channel, and with Armored Core 6 coming out very soon after this video, you might enjoy hanging out and seeing me experience that game for the first time live. So make sure that if you want to catch that, you're subscribed to the channel with notifications on. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you'll definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have them linked right here on screen. So after Armored Core 3, FromSoftware found themselves in a spot they've been in with a handful of these games so far. They just made their new best entry in the franchise, and now they need to follow it up. The real question is, how do you do it? With Generation 1, they added an entirely new mode to the expansions in the form of the arena, and in Generation 2, they cut the arena entirely and instead made a 100 mission long campaign. So what did they decide to do for an expansion for Generation 3, and how did it work out? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 7th in a series of videos where I'm playing every single Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Armored Core 6, which came out a few days ago. Oh well. While you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos to watch this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below if you want to go and check those out first. And something small to note at the beginning is that this is the first game in the franchise to go by multiple different names depending on what region you're from. In Japan, the game is called Armored Core 3 Silent Line, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the official title of the game, as that's what the actual development team named it. But if you're from the West like me, then your copy is probably called Silent Line Armored Core, which is such a bizarre name change because it almost sounds like they're trying to reboot the series and call it Silent Line going forward, and they're just using Armored Core as a subtitle to identify the brand. Which, spoiler alert, is not at all what they were trying to do, so I really don't understand why the Western publisher AgeTech decided to make this change. But regardless, Armored Core 3 Silent Line is a standalone expansion for Armored Core 3, developed by FromSoftware and released only 8 months after the base game. And I had a ton of people in my comments and in my livestream chat telling me that when I got to Silent Line, I should carry over my Armored Core 3 save file, because if I didn't, I probably wouldn't enjoy the game very much. And I was planning on doing this only because so many different people had told me this independent of one another, so I trusted it. But here's the thing. While I was making the Armored Core 3 video, I was also building a new PC that I desperately needed for work. So when I sat down at the beginning of the week to start Silent Line, I was on the new PC, meaning I didn't have my Armored Core 3 saves, because those were on my other PC's hard drives, the PC that I had literally just brought to the storage unit earlier that day. So I started a new save for this game, which honestly I wasn't all that upset about because it at least keeps things consistent with the rest of the videos so far. This also means that I didn't get to use OP Intensify because I didn't have it, which is great. One thing I did to make sure I mitigated any downsides of this was I immediately started out by working through the low ranks of the arena to make some credits and start pulling an AC together. And speaking of, the early game economy actually felt really good to me personally. Aside from one thing. While the pace of credits being earned is dialed in just about perfectly, much like it was in Armored Core 3, there were almost no parts in the shop. And I mean, seriously, just look at this. I was trying to figure out what I could even do with this few parts, and really, the answer was just to make a super basic biped or quad leg build, because nothing else would really be all that useful with this limited of a selection. I'm assuming that this alone is the reason that people recommended pulling an AC3 save over to Silent Line, because holy shit, there's just nothing there. But back to the arena, there are a handful of new maps made for the arena in this game. But this isn't like the difference between Project Phantasma's maps and Master of Arenas, because between those two games, there were a couple of reused arena maps, but the rest of them were completely original. But here, most of Silent Line's arena maps are just the ones from Armored Core 3. In fact, every arena map from AC3 is in Silent Line, and there are only 3 new maps on top of that. And while it isn't much of an addition, and it is kind of lame to play through mostly the same maps all again, all 3 of the new maps are really enjoyable, so I'm not overly upset over it. In fact, one of the new maps, Military District, has a unique feature that I really enjoyed. This map is covered in buildings, and all of them are fully destructible. Destructible pieces of the environment aren't necessarily new for the franchise, but having an entire arena map be destructible like this, especially with full animation as the buildings crumble, is taking things to that next level and something that made me really enjoy this map over others in the game. And it is worth noting that one of these new maps is just a city map that was used for missions back in AC3, ported over to the arena. And this isn't the only reused mission map from Armored Core 3 either, as during the campaign, there are a small handful of missions where you'll revisit locations from the base game. It's something small, but I felt that it was worth noting only because with that being considered, there are really only 2 new arena maps in Silent Line. Overall, while I enjoyed Silent Line's arena quite a bit, I didn't feel that it hit the highs of Armored Core 3's arena. I did feel it was generally a more difficult climb than in AC3, but I just didn't feel that the opponents in this arena were quite as interesting, along with the fact that I was mostly just playing on the same maps that I had the week before. But of course, the highlight of the arena is always the #1 pilot, the Ninebreaker, even though it technically isn't called that anymore. And this game's Ninebreaker is Mobius, a deadly pilot equipped with an extremely lethal middleweight biped build. Mobius is tough and definitely lives up to his title and rank. He boosts around the arena like crazy, although opting for more horizontal movement and overboosts compared to just flying through the air like Ace did. And also comparing him to Ace, he's definitely not as tough, but damn, he still gave me trouble for a solid 30 minutes. Between his laser rifle, his laser blade, his missiles, and his shoulder-mounted grenade launcher, he could melt my AC incredibly quickly. But after enough dedication and a bit of luck, I was finally able to defeat him. And honestly, even though he isn't as difficult as Ace, I think I enjoyed fighting him more. Ace would constantly fly over my head and try to get behind me, meaning that for 90% of my fights against him, he wasn't even on my screen. That, on top of the fact that Mobius was only 30 minutes of frustration for me, whereas Ace was a whole 2 hours, and once you get past that 1 hour point, you're kinda just ready to be done. So Mobius may not have been as challenging, but he was certainly more enjoyable for me personally. But with all the arena talk out of the way, let's talk about the story. And in my opinion, this is Silent Line's biggest strength. The story of Silent Line is a direct continuation of Armored Core 3, centering around humanity's development and exploration of the surface after the destruction of the controller. Early on in the game, the missions are your standard Armored Core fare, with you just going around doing random jobs for corporations. And in these early stages of the game, I was really skeptical about Silent Line. I was playing on the same arena maps as in 3, doing missions that felt just like 3, and I had an incredibly limited selection of available parts. It ended up being really hard for me to shake the feeling that I was genuinely just playing Armored Core 3 for a second time. But after like 6 or 7 missions, I got an email telling me that the part restrictions had been lifted, and it was like the entire game opened back up immediately. It wasn't a small amount of parts either, it was like 80% of the shop had opened up all at once with this email. Around this point, company representatives start to explain to you that they're all warring over a territory known as the Silent Line. Every attempt by the corporations to explore the Silent Line is met with resistance from unmanned units, the origin of which are completely unknown. With this, a new organization comes into the story known as the Artificial Intelligence Office. The AIO, as it is abbreviated to, aims to assist the corporations with exploring the Silent Line by helping them develop their own unmanned units to mitigate the loss. And at this point in the campaign, things start to pick up gameplay-wise by quite a bit. Even the mid-game missions here in Silent Line have scenarios such as fighting an AC in an elevator, followed by fighting an AC in a large open room, but then another AC comes crashing through the ceiling halfway through. So the mid-game challenge level in Silent Line is roughly equivalent to fighting 3 ACs in a row without resupplying ammo or repairing your own AC. So yeah, things are quite a bit harder than Armored Core 3 here. And the campaign missions in this game are easily the most difficult in the franchise so far, which I enjoyed, for the most part. See, near the end of the game, some missions become these long-running gauntlets where each individual encounter is still fairly easy, but getting through the entire mission without your AC getting destroyed is a painfully difficult task. That's not to say that every mission is like this, but there were 3 or 4 in the latter half of the game that were rage-inducing for me personally. An additional downside of Silent Line's longer missions is that the FCS lock system starts to become the hardest boss fight in this game. Some of these missions have dozens on dozens of enemies all packed into large-scale complexes, and as has always been the case, your FCS lock-on will target enemies through walls. That alone isn't a problem, but when there are this many enemies packed in so tightly, you'll be fighting an enemy that's in the room with you, but your lock-on will be targeting another dozen or so enemies that are behind all the walls and in the next room, and it becomes really difficult to tell whether or not you're locked onto your immediate enemy or not, just because of the amount of target changes that happen while you're trying to aim at them. Silent Line, more than any game in the franchise up to this point, definitely could have benefited from some sort of hard lock-on system, where if you hit some button or combination of buttons on the controller, you would be able to stick your lock-on onto that one enemy and disable it from targeting any others for the time being. But even with those negatives, the mission quality in Silent Line is just fantastic. One mission that's a great example of this is one that's at about the midway point of the game, where you have to sneak around these patrolling helicopters in these canyons without being detected to get to another corporation's base and surprise attack them. Once you arrive at the base, you're tasked with just wreaking as much havoc as possible while the recon team steals some information from inside. While the team is inside, they radio to let you know that they detected an AC, and once they're out, your handler gives you the option to either leave and call it a job well done, or go inside the base to challenge the AC. I, of course, chose to challenge them, and a friendly AC got airdropped in with me to help me out. So we go inside, and it turns out there were 2 ACs inside rather than just the one that the recon team picked up on. So now it's a 2v2. And on top of that, there are these tanks scattered all around the arena that, if ruptured, will drastically raise the ambient temperature of the room, leading to all 4 of your ACs overheating much more easily during the battle. This is all in one mission, and it's absolutely fantastic. I would love to see more multi-staged, exciting missions like this from the franchise in the future, because being able to just do all of this in one solid 5 to 10 minute run of combat felt so satisfying. But getting closer to the end of the game, we start doing a lot of missions to suppress rampaging AI units for the various corporations, as they all had a mysterious malfunction and lost control of their units on the same day. Which is incredibly weird when you have 3 corporations that are all literally at war with one another have the same malfunction at the same time. After a few of these missions, we get the revelation that all corporations that had this malfunction had gotten their AI tech from the Artificial Intelligence Office, and as they're the only common denominator, they must be the cause of the malfunctions. And at this exact moment in the story, we completely lose contact with the AIO, only making them even more suspicious. With this, all the corporations end up banding together, sending you and countless other ACs on these large-scale operations that buy humanity just a little more time to figure out what's going on. This eventually culminates in you being sent into a mysterious facility within the Silent Line, where you end up finding innumerable unmanned AC units, culminating in a confrontation with IBIS, an artificial intelligence defending the facility, who happens to bear a striking resemblance to a certain pool ball. And this finally feels like the return of the Armored Core final boss fight. In all honesty, none of the games since Master of Arena have felt like they had an actual intimidating final boss fight, but IBIS is definitely the toughest one since then. They even lose parts of their AC as the battle progresses, causing them to change up their method of attack, effectively making up mini phases of the fight. And even though I beat IBIS on the first attempt, I was sweating my ass off when I did so, and it definitely wasn't an easy feat. After defeating this AI and destroying the central computer of the facility, we're treated to the end of the story. In this ending, it's revealed that not only was there a second layer behind the Silent Line, but IBIS and the other AI units in the Silent Line were so aggressive throughout the game because they were trying to prevent you from discovering it. This raises further questions about the controller from Armored Core 3, as it's not the only AI controlling an entire underground society of humans that believe that they are the only survivors on the planet. How could we never have known? How many of these societies are out there? It's genuinely fascinating stuff, and the twists and turns throughout the story to get to this point were actually really well executed, making this easily the best Armored Core story so far. Overall, I think the campaign of Silent Line is a massive improvement over that of Armored Core 3, but I also think that the arena is a pretty substantial downgrade. And this means that scoring this game is kind of weird for me, because as much as I want to be objective about it, my love for the arena is kind of pulling me the other way. But ultimately, I'm going to have to concede and be objective about this one, and I'm going to be giving Armored Core 3 Silent Line a 7.9. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate it. And if you didn't know already, I stream almost every day right here on the channel, and recently we've been playing Armored Core 6 since that just came out, and we'll be playing Starfield later this week, so feel free to stop by and say hi. And if you haven't seen them already, then you'll definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have the playlist linked right here on screen. Ever since Armored Core 2, FromSoftware have seemingly not known what direction to take the franchise in. They had this perfect formula going for a while, with an equal emphasis on the story campaign and the arena. Then, with Another Age, they abandoned that to make a 100 mission expansion, completely forgoing the arena. Then, with Armored Core 3, they went back to having an equal emphasis on both components, only to then undo that with Silent Line, keeping the arena in the game this time, but placing a much heavier emphasis on the campaign. So when making their newest entry, Armored Core Nexus, how did they decide to structure the game, and how did it work out? Well, let's talk about it. And before I get too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 8th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. While it's not necessary to have seen the previous videos, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core Nexus is a third-person mech shooter developed by FromSoftware and released in 2004 for the PlayStation 2. And rather than being an expansion for Armored Core 3 like Silent Line was, Nexus is actually a full-fledged sequel. And while this game is technically part of the third generation of Armored Core, it's also kind of not. While it does carry over a lot of assets and parts from the Gen 3 games, it also completely changes the core gameplay of these games, meaning it's kind of in a camp of its own within the third generation. So for the sake of these videos, I will be referring to this game and the rest of its group as Generation 3.5 going forward. And that also means that when I mention Gen 3 going forward, I am specifically talking about Armored Core 3 and Silent Line, without this and the rest of Gen 3.5 included. And there's something we need to talk about right away when it comes to Armored Core Nexus. The controls. And I am so glad to finally say, they changed. They've finally moved over to dual analog controls, allowing for easier aiming and freeing up the triggers and bumpers of the controller to be used for more intuitive actions like firing your weapons, boosting, and changing your weapons. And what's amazing about this change in controls is that not only does it feel more intuitive and natural to literally anyone who has played a video game post 2001, but it also does so without completely changing the feel of the core of the game or even how footage of the game being played looks. I mean, seriously, look at this, and then look at footage of me playing like Silent Line, and do you see any sort of major difference? Because to me, it looks pretty much the same. Normally, I'm all about playing these games in a way that is faithful to the original release, but as you guys probably know by now, I will make slight adjustments or concessions based on whether or not it will make the video more pleasant to watch, and this game is horrifically blurry. I don't know what the hell happened here, but FromSoftware decided to put this giant blur filter over the entire game, including the HUD. They blurred the damn HUD.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
This just looks so damn bad that I went out and found a community patch that removes the blur effect just to do you guys and especially your eyes a favor, so you're welcome. And when starting the game, I immediately felt how much slower Nexus plays compared to the previous games. I can't tell if it's actually something they changed or if it's just because of the new controls, but I definitely felt like the gameplay was significantly slower than the previous entries. And early on, I figured this was just because I was in the early game and needed some better parts, but no, this game is just a lot slower, even with good parts. But after the first mission, I'm greeted with the game's new menus and UI for the first time, and oh boy. So the way that the menu UI works now is that there's a big map of the game world that takes up the whole screen, and there are little tabs on the sides that give buttons to access all the important menus. And this might not seem like a problem, but it kind of is. See, it wouldn't be a problem if the main thing that you did in the menu of an Armored Core game was just select a mission and go, but that's just not how the menus in these games work. You'll constantly be going to the garage to tweak or upgrade your build, save your game, maybe check your arena ranking, just various things that you'll do after almost every mission. And it should go without saying, but when it comes to designing a UI, you want the menus the player will engage with the most to be the most convenient and smooth to navigate. But here, they've made anything outside of just selecting your mission less convenient, and the menus aren't smooth at all. Weirdly, the menus in this game are capped at 30 FPS, which makes no sense because even being played on original hardware, the gameplay portions are capped at 60, and moving the cursor around on the world map especially just feels really weirdly choppy, and especially navigating through the garage and the part shop, I could just feel it the entire time. I don't know why they capped the frame rate in the menu, but they definitely did. And while we're talking about the new UI, it's important that we get the general structure of the game out of the way. When you're in the main menu, missions will appear around the map, and you can select whichever one you want to do from here. The weird thing about this game, though, is that time progresses every time you go out on a mission, so other missions will become unavailable after certain amounts of time if you don't do them soon enough. And even if you were to go through the entire game without failing a single mission, it would be impossible to complete all of them in a single front-to-back playthrough. And after you complete missions, there's a menu on the left-hand side where you can read news bulletins, and this adds a lot to the world building of Nexus and allows you to see how the contracts that you take affect the corporate conflict and the world around you. I thought that this and the mission structure would lead to a really interesting campaign and possibly have multiple story routes that the player can go down depending on what corporations are able to maintain power, but that's just not the case. The fact of the matter is, you will complete, fail, and entirely miss out on certain missions, but these won't actually impact the way the story plays out. There's one set route the story will move down regardless of your actions, and there's only one ending. Which means that the only change the system brings in practically is that participating in certain missions will lock you out of others, and honestly, it's just not a fun system once you realize that your actions really aren't affecting anything. And you'll realize this pretty quickly throughout playing the game because sometimes the news bulletins don't actually match up with what you're doing. I would sometimes fail a mission, but then go and read the story about what had just happened, and it would say that I had succeeded, or sometimes I would have bulletins appearing saying that a raven was sent in and cleaned up a mission that I never even did. So you'll realize within the first couple hours of playing this game that you're not actually affecting the world the way that FromSoftware wants you to think that you are, and the entire illusion is shattered and you realize that you're kind of just missing out on half the game. And speaking of the story, we should probably cover that, but I don't really know what to say about it. This is easily the most basic story out of the franchise so far. It almost feels like you're playing through another age, but it actually has some story to it thanks to the news bulletins. For the most part, you're just kind of going to be going from random mission to random mission, doing whatever it is that they're paying you to do, and then move on to the next one. It does set up some intrigue from the first couple missions of the game, with one of the new corporations, Navis, discovering a new resource and refusing to share it with the rest of the world or the other corporations. This sparks an all-out war between all of the corporations that we know of, and that conflict really makes up the story of the game. So if you're interested in the politics of these corporations and this world, then this story will probably be your thing, but if not, then there might as well be no story for you. And thank God for the news bulletins, because without them, I wouldn't even know what I was doing half the time. The pre-mission logs have been massively cut back in this game to pretty much just give you your objective and nothing else of interest or value, and the majority of them wouldn't even tell you what corporation or faction you were fighting against in that mission. A lot of the time, I would know what corporation I was doing the job for. For example, I might get a mission from Crest telling me to go destroy a convoy, but I wouldn't get any details about what that convoy was until after destroying it and reading the news after the fact. But getting back to the gameplay, one thing I loved in this game was the cutscenes. The quality in the cutscenes of this game is miles ahead of anything we've seen in the franchise up to this point. I mean, just look at these compared to the previous games. The animation quality, the framing, the camera shake that adds weight to everything. It's so far ahead of the previous games. And even though some of these scenes border on like over-the-top anime action, I honestly don't think that's a bad direction to take the action of the franchise in, especially considering that the entire mecha genre was originally born from manga and anime in the first place. Another weird quirk that this game has in its gameplay is that most of the radio messages mid-mission sound perfectly normal, but some of them are incredibly blown out. At first, I thought this was an emulator issue, but I booted up the game on my PS2, and sure enough, they actually just sound like this.
Main system. Engaging combat mode.
The overheating system has been a part of the franchise since Armored Core 2, but it's never really done a whole lot. In all the games up to this point, you really only would overheat from taking a lot of enemy fire at once, and when you do overheat, your armor just takes damage over time. It was always something that was best to avoid, but overheating wasn't really going to hurt you the majority of the time. But here in Nexus, they gave the system a full overhaul, and well, let's just go over it first. Using your boosters now properly contributes to your AC heat in a realistic way, meaning you're going to heat up a lot more than before, since it'll happen anytime you're using your boosters. And the gradual armor damage from overheating is also gone, replaced by your radiator actually pulling energy from your generator realistically to force cool your AC. But what this means in the context of the game actually being played is that you're going to be using your boosters a lot in the more difficult fights, especially those against other ACs, and after using your boosters and probably burning a ton of energy doing so, you're going to overheat, and your radiator is then going to pull a massive chunk of energy to cool you off, and you'll probably burn out your generator and need to wait for it to recharge. And if you couldn't tell from that description, I hate it. Like, I really hate it. I'm sure that this new version of the system is something that I could get used to, as even by the end of my time with this game, I was much more mindful of avoiding it, but I would rather just not have to. And this brings up an interesting discussion. Does the overheat mechanic really belong in these games? Something like Nexus's interpretation is what I always thought the system should have been, but now that I've experienced it firsthand, it's just horribly unfun to engage with. This is one of those situations where I have a criticism, but I don't really have a good solution other than bringing it back to the way it was in Gen 2 and 3. But even then, it's just not really a meaningful mechanic in those interpretations. So while I appreciate the attempted realism and depth that the radiators and the heat mechanic brings, I'm starting to wonder if it even has a place in the sandbox at all. And speaking of fighting other ACs, the arena does make a return here, but it's integrated in a bit of a weird way. Along with everything else in this game, they've completely overhauled how the arena and the ranking system works. Everything you do in this game will earn you Raven points from missions to arena battles, and the amount of Raven points you have will determine your rank on the leaderboard. So with this, you can't just go and climb the ladder at will the way you used to. Instead, arena battles will pop up onto your map along with other missions, and you can choose to participate in them or not from here. But this also means that fighting in the arena will cause time to progress, causing you to miss out on even more potential missions. And the overheating change made the arena really unfun to me personally, which is how you really know that they ruined it. When you've got me, the guy who has spent at least 5 minutes per video talking about the arena saying that it wasn't fun, you know that it's bad. The pilots lack a lot of personality here because they reverted to the bios just describing their build and fighting style rather than what they're like as a person, and there are only like 4 or 5 maps for the arena here. This is probably just because of the structure change and how FromSoft knew that it would lead to players spending less time on these battles. And even when it comes to the quality of these maps, every single one of them is just a large open square or circle for you to fight in, meaning they lack the more dynamic nature of arena maps from the previous games. So the map quality, along with the slower movement, the overheating changes, and the way that it takes away from the campaign just made me really not enjoy the arena in this game. And this is something that extends to both the missions and the arena battles in this game, but you can't retry any piece of content on your first playthrough once you fail. And for someone like me, this really sucks. I'm obviously a newer player to these games, so for me, part of the fun of the game is realizing where I'm making mistakes and learning and improving along the way, and there's no real way to do that when I only get one chance at every individual piece of content. I could have successfully completed every activity in the game by saving after every single mission or fight and loading that save whenever I failed something, but I try to play these games the way that they're meant to be played for these videos, and unfortunately in this sense, the way that Armored Core Nexus is meant to be played is just kind of frustrating. I do really like the changes to the Raven ranking system though, because it feels like a much more accurate reflection of my performance as a player. I was worried throughout a lot of my playthrough that I might not reach the top because I would fail missions here and there and fall behind, but I literally reached the number 1 rank after like the 3rd to last mission, so I managed to get up to number 1 just in time. It doesn't have quite that like top of the hill, Ninebreaker-esque feel to it because most of my credits came from missions, but I was still happy to see that I was at least competent enough at the game to reach that rank. Back to the campaign though, one thing that I have to give Nexus is that the mission variety is actually really good here, and while there aren't really any long-running missions like what I talked about with Silent Line, Nexus did generally go back to that bite-sized mission style that we saw all the way back in Armored Core 1, and I actually really enjoyed going back to this. I know that it's weird because I somehow love both the style where missions take 1 or 2 minutes and then you're on to the next one, and the style where missions are upwards of 10 minutes apiece and incredibly difficult. But I mean, just look at this. Like, this mission literally took me 8 seconds flat.
Main system engaging combat.
They're using electronic countermeasures. Don't lose sight of the helicopter.
Mission objective achieved.
There's a certain charm that these shorter missions have, and it also helps me get through longer sessions because the pace just feels a lot better. So honestly, I enjoyed having missions like this again. And using the right headpiece for your AC is more important than ever in this game. There are a lot of different things to factor in, like ECM resistance, whether or not they have biosensors to target organic beings, whether or not they have night vision provided for when you're going on a nighttime mission. It's really interesting. And in an uncharacteristically generous move from FromSoft, they tell you before missions what kind of equipment you'll need, rather than just having you guess. And I'm kind of mixed on the whole headpiece thing, because on one hand, it's interesting to tweak your build for a specific mission, but on the other, I kind of just want to make cool mechs that I designed, and not have to change something as significant to the look of that design as the headpiece. And on the topic of customization, thanks to the new control scheme, dual-wielding weapons is back and better than ever, despite a couple weird quirks. There are more weapon varieties for the left hand now in Nexus, including rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, pretty much any weapon category you can think of for the right hand, you can also now use in the left. And thanks to the triggers and the bumpers now being freed up, firing both weapons at once feels so much more natural than pressing square and circle at the same time. Which, yes, I never mentioned it in my AC3 video, but that really was how you fired both weapons at once. Like, it could have been any other set of face buttons, you had to choose the ones that were opposite from one another. But a weird thing is that while the right hand weapon is always up and ready to fire, the left hand one rests down at your side. This is something that's completely fine until you go to fire both weapons at once. When you do, your right hand weapon will fire immediately, but you'll need to hold the fire button for your left hand and wait for your AC to raise it to the ready position and then start firing. It's not super significant, but this little delay just feels so awkward, and I hope that this gets sorted out by the next release, because I really love dual-wielding machine guns in this game. Also, not every right-hand weapon is available for the left hand, which is the same as it was in the Gen 3 games, but there were a lot of weapons that I would have loved to just buy 2 of them and run akimbo that I simply couldn't. It's not a big deal, but it's just something I thought I would bring up. Speaking of weird quirks, most missions in Nexus pay so much in advance that even if you fail, you still profit. This ends up making the economy kind of a joke because it's effectively impossible to go into debt or even just to lose money at all in this game. I genuinely think that the economy is one of the most important things for these games to get right, because even though you'll normally have plenty of extra credits by the end, the journey there will be completely different depending on how tight or loose the economy is. And the economy here is the loosest that Armored Core has ever seen. And then there's this game's weirdest quirk of all. The story actually gets really good for the last 3 missions. So genuinely, this game has little to no story until it suddenly becomes amazing for like the last 15 minutes of the game. It starts with you being sent in to eliminate the #1 ranked AC, Genobi. Throughout this fight with him, he's constantly rambling about how power is all that matters now, and how the relics of the past will cause human arrogance to destroy society. Then, in the next mission, you're sent in to destroy another massive MT before it's released, and this is about the point that you put together that new technology that Navis discovered way back at the beginning is actually some ancient technology allowing them to build these giant weapons. And finally, for the last mission, we're sent to destroy a whole facility of equipment before it can be activated, and while we're doing this, we get an appearance from an old friend.
Destroy.
Is it really dumb that 9ball is here despite the timeline getting rebooted 2 games ago? Yeah. Does he have a really cool redesign, and is it fun to fight him again? Also, yeah. After defeating 9ball, we find out that we're too late and a horde of unmanned drones get released and flood out to the surface of the facility. And here we get this pretty incredible final stand.
Enemy targets approaching. It may be too late. But we must stand and fight. It's our way.
And while it's not ever said or shown outright, in my mind, it's pretty safe to assume that our character dies during this final stand. And it may not have that big final boss fight that I've come to expect from the franchise, but the ending was just so unique and so potent that I actually loved this. Overall, Nexus is a really weird game in the series. It overhauls just about every core system from the franchise up to this point, and the majority of those changes are not for the better. If I had to say what I think the largest downgrade was, the #1 thing that I would want them to go back on, I would say the new map system has to be it for me. While I appreciate what they're going for, missing so many missions and arena matches because of the new map system just isn't very fun, especially when it has absolutely no impact on the outcome of the game. Yet somehow, I would be lying if I said the game as a whole wasn't a lot of fun to play through. And actually, it's the game that I played through the fastest since Master of Arena a few videos back, because I completed Nexus from front to back in about a day and a half. So while a lot of systems were downgraded, the bite-sized missions, the new control scheme, and the fact that the customization is pretty much just Gen 3 with dual wielding being expanded makes for a really fun Armored Core game, even if it's not the best Armored Core game. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core Nexus a 7.3. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I really appreciate it. And if you didn't know already, I stream almost every day right here on the channel, and recently we've been playing through all sorts of new stuff like Armored Core 6, Starfield, and Baldur's Gate 3, so feel free to stop by sometime and say hi. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you'll definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have them linked right here on screen. So Armored Core Nexus made the largest structure changes the franchise has seen up to this point. And while Nexus simply overhauled the core formula, there are some games in the series that make some changes so large that they almost feel gimmicky. Armored Core 2 Another Age, for example, was a 103 mission long expansion that completely removed the arena for the sake of mission variety. But you know what they haven't done? A game where they got rid of the missions and entirely focused on the arena. That is, until now. This is Armored Core 9breaker, a fully arena-focused AC game. So how did FromSoftware go about pulling this off, and how did it work out? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 9th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while it isn't necessary to have seen the previous videos to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context in regards to my personal journey with the franchise if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core 9breaker is a standalone expansion for Armored Core Nexus, released only 7 months after the base game. And like I said before, this game was something entirely new for the franchise, because it has cut the single-player campaign completely and fully focused in on the arena. And this is going to be a very interesting video because, as many of you know by now, the arena is consistently one of, if not my favorite part of the Armored Core games. So while I was hesitant about this game, I was also really curious to see whether I would like it or not. The story of the game is actually not considered canon by FromSoftware, which is completely fine because it might as well be absent to begin with. The general concept here is that the world is in a rare time of peace where no conflict is currently ongoing, and you, the player, are participating in a program that will refine and hone the skills of Ravens so that they will be prepared when there inevitably is another war. So starting up the game for the first time, I loaded into the menu, went to check out the shop, and it doesn't exist. There is no shop in 9breaker. There is a very large selection of parts that you have available in the garage from the very beginning to work with, and you can earn certain parts as rewards later as you go along. And while I thought that this was really strange at first, I kind of liked this system in the context of this game. Having a purely arena-based game means that there's a lot more freedom in terms of viable builds here, considering that you don't have to worry about things like longevity or ammo quite as much. So the game just allowing you to experiment from the very start was actually pretty nice. I don't think a system like this would work in literally any other Armored Core game, but I honestly liked it here. But getting into the core structure of the game, the first thing I noticed was the training section of the menu. Here, there are 3 broad categories of training exercises and 3 smaller challenge sets within each of those to improve certain skills of yours, such as your aim, your ability to dodge missiles, whatever it might be. You can even earn bronze, silver, and gold medals in every challenge, so if you want to push yourself to become an Armored Core god, you can work towards gold medals in every single challenge. You also get new parts awarded to you for completing full challenge sets, so for example, if you complete every heat management challenge, you can earn yourself a high-end radiator. It's fairly rewarding, and I think that the idea here is pretty solid. But while I dabbled around in these a little bit, these are really just here to train new players in the basics of the game, so I didn't put that much time into them. Next, there's of course the arena itself, and the way that you rank up in the arena is new, but I actually enjoyed it a good bit. It works off of a system called Arena Points, which is literally just the Raven Point system from Nexus but renamed. And you start out with practice matches, just putting you up against random low-end ACs to fight so that you can earn some arena points to climb the ranks with. And occasionally, after a practice match, you'll be invited to an official match where you can earn a lot more credits, but these are often against pilots that are a considerably higher rank than you. And while I appreciate the Raven and arena point systems from Nexus and 9breaker, I still think that just having that straight 1 to 30 climb is really satisfying in the older games' arenas. And I'm really hoping that this isn't a change that's going to stick with the franchise for all that long, because while I do feel like these are more representative of your personal skill and journey through the game, there's something just so innately satisfying about climbing through every single opponent to work your way to the top. But getting into my first match, I was actually shocked by how quickly my first opponent was moving around the arena. Typically in these games, the first opponent you fight barely even knows how to walk around the room, so I was taken back a little bit when my first opponent seemed to actually know what they were doing. Not to say that they were incredibly difficult or anything, but it was just a warning sign that this game might be more difficult than I had expected. And something that I have to throw into this video is a core system in Nexus that I never knew existed until the comments told me so, and this is the tuning system that exists for your individual AC parts. So thank you to Carlos in the comments of the last video for letting me know that this even exists. On every frame part of your AC, you can fine-tune it towards certain stats to min-max exactly what strengths you want that part to have. It's not much of a difference per part, but a fully tuned AC can play pretty differently from an untuned one, and it did end up coming in clutch a couple of times throughout my playthrough of Ninebreaker. But back to actually playing the game, I was dabbling around with training exercises, and I discovered that completing enough challenges would unlock entirely new categories of them for you to dig deeper into. And also while I was playing around with these, I realized that there's an additional strength to the system that I never realized earlier. Each of these challenges will not only teach newer players foundational skills that they need to progress through the arena, but it will also teach them how to build ACs towards certain strengths. For example, for the accuracy challenges, you might want to use sniper rifles, or for the heat management challenges, you should probably make an AC with as much cooling on it as possible. I tried out of curiosity to complete an accuracy challenge with shotguns, and yeah, don't do that. It teaches beginners how to focus on building an AC that will directly address the challenge they're up against, or that can make up for a certain lack of skill that they might have in a specific area. There's also a new system in the game called appellations, which, congratulations FromSoft, you managed to teach me a new word with this game. Whenever you reach a total amount of arena points between your training exercises and arena matches, you'll be rewarded a new appellation, which is just a fancy word for a title. One thing I wish they included with this system is poses. The top 30 arena pilots all have these cool, unique poses of their own, and honestly, if the player could unlock some of these by progressing through the game, it would actually be a really nice touch. The appellation system is perfectly fine on its own for what it is, but unlocking these poses as you progress could have just been that little cherry on top of the customization here. These poses do add a nice personality to the top 30 pilots, which is something that this game sorely lacks. You know how I talk about this with every arena in the series? Well, here we go. Ninebreaker's pilots have genuinely no personality outside of these poses. You know those bios that I praised for describing what the pilots are like in games like AC2 or AC3? Well, they're gone. Completely gone. Not even a generic blurb about the pilot's fighting style in the arena either, just entirely gone. So there was absolutely nothing attaching me to these opponents or giving me a remote reason to care about them outside of how many arena points I would earn from defeating them. And while we're talking negatives, both the dual wielding jank that I mentioned in the Nexus video and the heat system changes are left completely unchanged here. Now, people in the comments of the last video did mention that the delay on the left-hand weapons might have been included to balance out the dual wielding system, and that's completely fair, and it very well could be the case. But it just feels so weird, man. Like, I don't know. I personally just can't seem to get past it while dual wielding weapons. I also got some comments helping me understand how to work around the heat changes, and I did get a lot better at managing them during this game, but aerial battles were pretty much non-existent in this game, even with me knowing how to maximize my cooling on my build. So even at its absolute best, it still removes one of the most intense and stylish parts of AC on AC combat in the franchise. But let's turn to positives again. In Armored Core Ninebreaker, you no longer get to choose what map you want to fight your opponents on, and I actually think this is a great change. I've mentioned in previous videos that using maps like the parking garage to cheese fights you're struggling with kinda sucks, but if players are allowed to do it, the vast majority of them will, and even I was guilty of it from time to time. This change completely takes the opportunity of cheese away from the players, and while I personally do love the option to just play my favorite map over and over, I do ultimately think that this is a change for the better while moving forward with the franchise. And speaking of maps, a handful of Armored Core 3 and Silent Line maps have been ported straight into this game, and I'm particularly glad because Military District from Silent Line makes a return here. Is it selfish to praise reused content just because part of that reused content is a personal favorite of yours? Yes. Am I doing it anyway? Absolutely. Some parts from both Gen 1 and 2 have also been either remade or just ported directly over to this game, and it's pretty fun just for the sake of adding variety to the customization of the ACs. I was particularly happy to see that big tank core from AC2 with the laser orbits make a return, because it was a strong favorite of mine in that game, and I got to abuse it again here with the benefits of part tuning included, only making it even better. But back to my arena climb, there really isn't much to talk about for the majority of it. It took me a little under 3 hours in total to go from the bottom rank to the top, and I was unfortunately able to beat the 9-breaker on the first try, meaning I don't really have any sort of great triumph story about it. But then I was confused because after beating them, I was just returned to the menu as if nothing really happened. No credits, no congratulations, nothing. So I took to Google real quick just to make sure that there was no proper ending for this game, and I learned that there was, but you didn't get it from beating the arena. See, the completion criteria for this game isn't becoming the 9-breaker. It's completing every single training exercise. What the fuck? And remember when I said that completing a certain amount of exercise will unlock new ones? Well, I also Googled how many challenges there were to complete in total. 150. There are 150 training exercises to complete in order to beat this game. Fantastic. So I sat down, fully prepared to do what I had to do, and I trained. I trained for hours. And get this, Armored Core 9-breaker is a longer game than Nexus was. Much longer. In fact, it's the second longest game in the franchise so far, only taking me a couple hours less to complete than Another Age did. And that's not a good thing, because the quality of content that made up my 13 hours of playtime here was mostly abysmal. About the first 3 hours of my time with the game was climbing the ranks of the arena and having a really good time doing so, but then the latter 10 hours of it was just grinding away at training exercises on loop. And I wasn't even aiming for gold medals, I was just aiming to complete them once and move on. And there were some really annoying exercises in there. There was heat management, where you had to avoid missiles while boosting around the room, with the ambient temperature in the room slowly rising the entire time, and if you overheat a single time, you have to restart the exercise. There was proper distance, where you had to stay a certain distance away from a little flying drone, either running away from it or chasing it down depending on what direction it's moving in. And evade special missiles, where you had to avoid things like micro missile clusters for 2 minutes straight without getting hit 15 times, but the missile clusters were 5 apiece and shot out every couple seconds. So you could potentially only get hit 3 times in 2 minutes and need to start over entirely. And some of the challenges here are just blatant filler. Like how there was a whole set of challenges based around destroying targets with no radar, then another set based around destroying them without lock-on, and then one where you have to destroy them without your radar and your lock-on. It's just a blatant way of extending the playtime by 15 to 30 minutes without making any new content, and it is just as obnoxious as it sounds. But finally, I got down to challenge number 150, and it was finally time to be done. The challenge was to make your way through the course, defeating the AC at the end, all within the time limit, and I had already just completed 4 of these, so I had a pretty good build made for it. I went through like normal, and then when I got to the end, we got another appearance from our old friend. And poor old 9ball, he had such a badass entrance just to get destroyed within 20 seconds by my purple menace that was tailor-made to destroy ACs as quickly as possible. But then finally, the ending of the game appeared. And all that I got for it was some text on a screen congratulating me for having completed the course and saying that I would be important the next time that a conflict breaks out. Thank you, FromSoft. Fantastic ending for all that work. So overall, I wasn't against the idea of Ninebreaker to begin with, and I actually enjoyed the first few hours of doing what I thought the whole game would be based around. But the twist that completing this game actually requires completing every single training exercise, along with just the atrocious experience of doing so, completely ruined the game for me. And you know what's worse than being a boring game? Being a boring game that is way longer than it needs to be. The idea wasn't bad to start, but making the arena the optional component and the training the mandatory component is the single decision that ruined this entire game, and I cannot fathom who possibly could have come up with that idea. And the fact that this was a game that cost $50 at the time of its release, absolutely nothing in the world could convince me that that price tag is worth it. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core Ninebreaker a 4.7. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you didn't already know, I stream almost every single day right here on the channel, and recently we've been playing through things like Armored Core 6, Starfield, and Baldur's Gate 3, so feel free to stop by sometime and say hi. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have the playlist linked right here on screen. For those that might not remember, or those who are simply too young to, handheld gaming was a big deal in the mid-2000s. There was the Game Boy Advance, the Nintendo DS, and most importantly for today's video, the PlayStation Portable. And before the release of the PSP in Japan, FromSoftware was approached by Sony and given an offer to make a launch title for the new system. And interestingly for us today, FromSoft decided to take that offer, giving us Armored Core Formula Front. So how did the first and only Armored Core game developed exclusively for handheld work, and was it any good? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 10th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with the games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core Formula Front is a mecha video game developed by FromSoftware and released in 2004 for the PlayStation Portable. And much like Ninebreaker before it, Formula Front is a game that is also completely focused on the arena. But it's a very different game from any in the series to come before it, so we have to spend a little bit talking about the basics here. In Formula Front, the player can only fight in the arena using something called a UAC, or an unmanned armored core. And the way that this works in the gameplay is that you don't actually control your AC at all. Instead, you build your AC like you normally would, but you also have to go in to customize and tune the AI of your AC to behave exactly how you want it to. The AI will then control your AC during the arena matches and fight for you fully automatically. The game also provides you with every single AC part from the beginning just to ensure that you have everything you could possibly need to work with. And at first, I thought that all of this sounded really not fun, but I found myself pleasantly surprised. While normally I think that earning AC parts is a core part of the progression of these games, the nature of this game means that not only do I find it necessary here, but I was actually thankful to have this level of freedom from the very start to help me with figuring everything out and kind of easing into this new formula. And when it came to the AI tuning, I actually had a blast with it. At first, it seems really overwhelming, but bit by bit, you start to piece together how this system works, and it's really satisfying once it starts to all come together. So to break it all down, the AI is split into 3 parts. The first is called the base character, and this is where you essentially tell your AC how to behave. You set what range you want your AC to engage at, how aggressive or defensive you want it to be, how often you want it to use its boosters or jump around, that sort of thing. Then there's the performance page, which allows you to slot in points to determine what your AI's strengths and weaknesses will be when it comes to things like navigation, proficiency with weapons, how effective they are at attacking or defending, etc. And finally, there's the operation chips, which are pretty much like commands for your AI. These will activate at certain times in the match depending on how you set them up, and allow you to make your AI do things like bunny hop around, rush straight towards the enemy, discard their weapons and swap to others, that sort of thing. But the downside to the chip system is that they only work on these timers. So for example, if I want my AC to bunny hop, I have to tell it to start bunny hopping at say 30 seconds into the match or 60 seconds into the match, you get the idea. And personally, I think this system is mostly best ignored since you can never really accurately predict what will be happening at like the 30-second mark of your match. But I think that this could have been handled a lot better with one simple change. I personally would have made the chip system more like a deck of cards where you can select like 3 to 5 chips for your AC to have during a match, and they all load into the match with you. Then, while you're sitting there watching your AC fight and watching the match play out, the player could manually activate any of these chips as they felt it was best to. So for example, there is a chip in the game that forces your AI to focus mostly on dodging missiles and prioritize that over everything else. So you'd be able to see your opponent start launching missiles, and rather than just hoping that you get the timing right when you're setting it up beforehand, you could actively tell your AC to start dodging them once that happens. While this might give a little too much manual control to the players, which obviously wasn't what FromSoft was going for, I think something like this would have made the system infinitely better because as it is currently, like I said before, it's pretty much best left ignored because most of the time, those are not going to be the ideal things for your AC to do at random points in the match. And in general, the AI tuning stuff made me wonder if this system, or something very similar to it, is the one that FromSoft has been using for enemy ACs throughout the entire series. I mean, ever since Generation 1, enemy ACs have all had distinct behaviors in combat, and honestly, this system might at least be incredibly close to how they've achieved that throughout the years, because once you play around with it enough, you start to see how those behaviors might have been used in previous games. Overall, I really didn't think I would like the AI stuff, but I genuinely did. It was a completely new type of challenge for me to take on as an AC fan, and in all honesty, tweaking my AC's AI after every match just to get that little bit closer to perfection was incredibly satisfying and something that I'm really not a skilled enough writer to do justice to. Now, some more seasoned Armored Core fans might be waiting for me to talk about manually controlling the ACs. And I haven't brought it up yet because while it is something that you can do, it wasn't part of the original release of the game. See, the original release of the game in Japan only featured the AI-controlled ACs, and the Western release that came out about a year later, titled Armored Core Formula Front Extreme Battle, was the first version to allow players to manually control their ACs. And while I played that exact version for this video because I don't speak Japanese, I refrained from manually controlling my AC at any point in the game because I wanted to play and review Formula Front as it was designed and originally made to be played. And if you thought I was done talking about the AC designing in this game, you're wrong. Something interesting about Formula Front is that you don't play as a pilot, rather you play as an architect for an entire team of ACs. So you have 5 AC slots in your garage to customize, and all of them can be used for battles. The catch here is that your different ACs can't share parts. So for example, if you use a certain weapon, frame part, or internal part on your first AC, you can't use it for any of the other 4 after that. And at first, I thought that this 5-man team thing was an awesome idea because I thought that the battles would involve you and the other team both fighting each other with 1 AC at a time, and the first to clear the other team's entire roster would be the one to win. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Every enemy team in the game that you fight only has 1 AC, and you just get to choose which of your 5 will actually fight in the match with them. Honestly, I think a system like the one that I initially imagined would have been a lot more interesting, just because it would add a lot more intrigue to that 1 AC per part system in terms of the overall gameplay. As it is, it's a kind of neat system, but it doesn't really matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. And while I did end up making 5 different ACs to humor FromSoft, I honestly feel like in the state that the game released in, you're better off only just having 1 or 2 ACs that you can use whatever parts you want for. Getting more into the actual structure of the game, the story here is incredibly simple, but it's enjoyable for what it is. The news stories from Nexus have made a return, but here they only exist to report on the various matches, rivalries, and other happenings of the Formula Front League, the particular league of the arena that we fight in throughout the entire game. And this game is definitely where FromSoftware has leaned the most heavily into the arena being ACs fighting for entertainment and sport. During every match throughout the game, there's bright lights, upbeat music, a crowd cheering, and these crazy action cams trying to make everything more entertaining to watch for the folks at home. And even though it's completely different tonally from everything else in the franchise, it's really charming, and since this game isn't canon to the overall story of Armored Core, there's no reason to complain about how different and out of place it all feels. And remember when I said in my last video that I wished FromSoftware would return to having players just climb the ranks by defeating every single opponent to get there? Well, to my very pleasant surprise, they did exactly that with Formula Front. And a cool addition to this system is that the lower ranked opponents can actually challenge you to a rematch. And in the case that you do get challenged for a rematch, you're required to fight them a second time before progressing further in the ranks. And honestly, I had never thought about this before, but every time we climb the ranks of the arena in these games, we're constantly challenging those in the rank above us to earn their spot, but no other competitors are allowed to challenge us for our spot. So I actually thought that this was a really awesome change, and it just kind of lends to the believability of the whole thing. My only disappointment with this addition is that when you are fighting a rematch, if you lose, you don't go back down a rank, you just have to keep trying over and over again until you defeat them like normal. I love the idea here, but I think they need to take it just that one little step further in order to really nail this change. And there's a surprising amount of map variety in Formula Front as well, between the new maps, those of them that are reused from games like AC3 or Nexus, and even some repurposed areas from missions of games like Silent Line, or even some of the Ninebreaker training exercises. And I don't have much to say about the actual quality of the maps in terms of gameplay since I never manually controlled my AC, but visually they looked nice enough for a handheld game from the mid-2000s. Most of them are visually distinct from one another, and I think they get the job done pretty well. And while I don't have much of a personal story to tell you guys about climbing through the ranks, I did really like having the news system back and keeping track of some of the top rankers in the arena. Throughout your entire time in the game, you'll be reading all these news reports as if you're just reading about your favorite sports teams in real life, and it really felt like FromSoft was building up their legend throughout the game before having you finally face off against them later on. And knowing which teams had rivalries between one another and why they did lent a lot of personality to them, and I would even go as far to say that the teams in Formula Front have more personality than any other arena pilots ever have in the franchise. And the return of the mail system, which was weirdly absent from Nexus and Ninebreaker, also means the return of other competitors emailing you just to talk shit and tell you how little of a chance you stand against them. So by the time that I finally made it up to challenging the top rank, I had a very good understanding of the team I was up against and had even exchanged some choice words with their lead AC architect. And there were even reports in the news near the end of the game about how Team Chole, the rookie team who had been climbing the ranks at blistering speeds, was about to face off against Arty, the team with over 50 wins in a row in the #1 spot, and how that match had already sold over 200,000 tickets in pre-sales alone. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about adding some nice charm and personality here, because all of that buildup made it even more satisfying when my AC defeated theirs on the first try, making me the new best architect in the league. So overall, I found myself surprisingly pleased with Formula Front. I had gone in expecting a janky handheld game, and while that's kind of what I got, I enjoyed it a lot more than I had expected I would, and the fact that it only took me about 5 hours to clear the entire thing made it even better, since the game didn't overstay its welcome at all. Right as I was getting to that point where I had kind of had my fun and I was ready to move on, I was already done with the game, and there's definitely something to be said for that. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core Formula Front a 6.6. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, Let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And I try not to bring it up too much, but if you've enjoyed these videos and you have a stable enough income to do so, I would really appreciate it if you considered becoming a channel member. It starts as low as $2 a month, and it goes a long way in providing me a more stable income and allowing me to put more time into projects like this one. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have those linked right here on screen. After releasing 2 arena-based games back-to-back, FromSoftware was ready to get back to making a classic Armored Core game. Except for this game would be a standalone expansion to Nexus, the Armored Core game that changed the most about the core formula without fully dedicating to the arena like Ninebreaker. This meant that FromSoftware had a massive question to answer. How much of Nexus do we keep, and how much do we change? So, how much or how little does Last Raven play like a traditional AC game, and how did it turn out overall? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 11th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core Last Raven is a standalone expansion for Armored Core Nexus, released 10 months after the previous expansion Ninebreaker for the PlayStation 2. It revolves around the aftermath of Nexus's amazing ending and sees the player at the center of the conflict that follows it. And starting up a new game, I was immediately greeted by the new menu of Last Raven, and while it isn't the most well-designed in the franchise, I honestly really like it. You get to see your AC sitting in the garage, and there's a small handful of icons on the left-hand side of the screen that you can use to open up their respective submenus. And something that came over from the Nexus UI is the world map being used to select missions, but there are numerous improvements to this menu alone here in Last Raven. First of all, it's not the main part of the UI anymore. Rather, it's been moved to its own submenu for once you're ready to launch a mission. On top of that, they've removed that free moving cursor that you had in Nexus and instead opted for simply snapping to the nearest mission in the direction you push your thumbstick or D-pad. And fully voice-acted mission briefings are back, actually giving you proper context for the mission this time as compared to Nexus's bare-bones text screens. These 3 things alone make the map infinitely better than the previous game, but the final change is the biggest one of all. The missions that you choose to accept will actually affect the story now. And I don't mean slight differences along the way while ultimately not affecting the overall plot. I mean it fully changes the trajectory of the rest of the game with every single decision. See, Last Raven features a total of 6 endings, and when you add in the different paths that the story might take, the hidden parts that you can find on each of these individual missions, and parts being rewarded for taking specific contracts, this quickly becomes the most replayable Armored Core game the franchise has seen up to this point. And ultimately, your decisions will mostly revolve around what factions you side with. At the beginning of the game, there are 2 major factions at odds with one another. There's the Alliance, which is a giant conglomerate of all the remaining corporations from Nexus, formed in order to handle that whole suicide drone problem from the end of that game. And opposed to them is Vertex, a rebel group of ravens that believe no one organization should hold all the power, and they seek to overthrow the Alliance by launching a massive attack 24 hours after the starting point of the game. This puts a literal timer on the story, one that you will see after completing every single mission, and it puts pressure on you, the player, to make the right decisions to handle the situation. So like I said, you pretty much have to take a side and support one group or the other while also making smaller decisions along the way about what might take priority to achieve your goals. And when it came to approaching this video, I had a big decision to make in regards to how many endings I would get for the sake of this review. There are 6 full playthroughs of unique content on offer here, yet I have to get these videos out on a weekly basis, meaning I really only ever have like 3 days, 4 max to play through these games while handling other work and life responsibilities outside of these videos. So just to have it out there and on the record, I only played through Last Raven once. I didn't want this video to suffer in quality due to being more rushed out than it needed to be, and I hope that simply emphasizing how much playtime you could get out of this game across multiple playthroughs is enough to kind of cover that point. And something that I noticed almost immediately on my first mission was that the heat system changes from Nexus and Ninebreaker have been massively dialed back. The core mechanics haven't changed at all, but the amount of heat generated by your boosters has been brought back to reasonable levels, and honestly, I now feel like we might have hit the sweet spot for this system. I know that I literally just said in the Nexus video that I wasn't sure if the heat system had a place in Armored Core at all, but in Last Raven, the risk of overheating is always there, but now it feels like you can counter it with knowledge of how to build an AC without needing to have a hyper-specific build just to not immediately cook yourself when using your boosters. And another thing from Nexus that's somewhat intact but completely different is the news bulletin system. These have been changed to be a short debrief after a mission that explains how your actions have affected the conflict at hand, and these are great. They accomplish the exact same thing that the news bulletins did in Nexus, but instead of being a general report written for the public, these are specifically written for your Raven to gain an understanding of what they've done and what they should do moving forward. I think this is a great example of taking an existing system and just condensing it down to be more focused without really removing the core purpose. But let's talk about something completely new to Last Raven, the used parts system. Traditionally in Armored Core, you can sell parts back to the shop for the exact price that you bought them for, meaning you always have full freedom to experiment with different builds without needing to worry about being broke by the end of the game. And this central idea of Armored Core is now gone. Instead, once a part has been used, it will drop in value, meaning you'll ultimately lose money from experimenting and realizing that it's not something you really enjoy using. And it should go without saying that I think this is a very negative change. While it makes sense from a traditional game design standpoint, it doesn't work for Armored Core. Like I said before, one of the main pillars of Armored Core's design is freedom and experimentation with your AC builds, and while this change doesn't completely neuter that, it does hold it back far more than it should. And on top of that, there's a new part damage system as well. When in combat, your individual AC parts will take damage of their own outside of your total health, and they can either be dropped down into a damaged state, or even completely broken. If your legs get broken, you can barely move without your boosters. If an arm breaks, you'll lose whatever weapons were attached to it. And if your core breaks, you'll immediately die since the core is what houses an AC's pilot. And if any of your parts break during a mission, you'll need to purchase a replacement from the shop to continue using that part. And while none of my parts ever personally broke during a mission, this further holds back your ability to experiment with different builds, purely because you'll be spending extra chunks of cash just on replacing old damaged parts. But getting back to the campaign, I had heard so much about how overwhelmingly brutal Last Raven could be difficulty-wise. So I went into the game a little nervous, especially since I don't import my saves from previous games or expansions for the sake of these videos. But honestly, the game eases you into the difficulty very well. I don't think I even failed a single mission until I was almost halfway through the game, meaning that for me personally, this was about an average level of challenge for an AC game. But then I realized abruptly that FromSoft had lured me into a false sense of security before deciding to drop a massive bomb on me. I went into this mission expecting another relatively easy job. It started with me just moving through these tight hallways guarded by small robots with flamethrowers. Typical FromSoftware trolling, slightly frustrating, but nothing crazy. Then, on my way to extraction after the job was complete, they threw an AC at me that I wasn't ready for, and I died pretty quickly. Nothing we haven't seen in these games previously though, so I give it a few more tries, and eventually I managed to clear the mission and beat the AC in one go. And then after that, while leaving the facility, I see this.
What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it.
A completely new boss, introduced after I had used up pretty much all of my ammo and almost all of my armor points throughout the mission. These bosses are called pulverizers, and with the story path that I went down, this was the first one that I encountered, but they became a common occurrence beyond this point. And this boss alone took me almost an hour and a half and like 3 different AC builds to finally beat. The Armored Core games have had missions like this before that are a bit of an endurance match, just testing if you can really hold up near perfect performance throughout the entirety of like a 10-minute run, but this is easily the most intense one that I have ever seen. And this mission was my wake-up call that Last Raven was, in fact, as hard as everyone had warned me that it would be. But weirdly contrasting this, there's the arena. And surprisingly, Last Raven actually returns to a more traditional Armored Core arena, having a ladder of 30 opponents for you to defeat one at a time and slowly move your way up the ranks. Of course, if you've seen the previous couple of videos, you know that I find this to be a great change, but there is a new addition that threw me off a little bit. Here in Last Raven, you need to offer a bet in order to compete in the arena, and if you lose the battle, you'll lose those credits that you had put up for the fight. So say that you're getting pretty high up on the arena and the matches have a payout of like 400,000 credits, you're probably going to have to pay about 200,000 even just to get one chance at that fight. And normally I think that this system would really bother me, but I found Last Raven's arena disappointingly easy. There were a couple of road bumps along the way, but as soon as I would learn what I was missing to defeat that opponent, I would quickly be on to the next one, and normally there would be like a 5-match win streak or so between every single defeat I would suffer. And it's funny because a ton of these opponents have Human Plus when that's just not something that the player can access on their first run of the game. So you'll be fighting against opponents that are objectively more powerful than you, yet they're incredibly easy to defeat 9 times out of 10. And while I'm talking the arena, there are reused maps everywhere in this game. It is most noticeable in the arena, in which every single map is reused from games between Silent Line and Ninebreaker up until the last few opponents actually get their own new and unique maps to themselves. But the map reuse actually carries across to the missions a bit too, with the player returning to locations from Nexus from time to time. I will say that it was much less common in the campaign, but I would definitely say that I spent a good 10 to 15% of my runtime playing on maps that I'd seen in previous games. And just because the arena was easy, that of course doesn't mean that its Ninebreaker was. This is Demon, and he was definitely tough enough to stand as a Ninebreaker of the series. He has an incredibly fast build, incredibly high damage per second weapons, and he is insanely aggressive, pretty much constantly flying circles around you while melting your AC. But if there's one thing that the arena and the pulverizer bosses taught me in this game, it's that speed and mobility is king in Last Raven. Not that it wasn't in previous Armored Core games, but it definitely feels the most important here out of all the games so far. So I built the fastest AC that I could and slowly worked through Demon's AP from a distance until I had finally defeated him. And while he didn't give me as much trouble as other Ninebreakers like Ares or Ace, I would say that he's just as tough, if not more so, than those Ninebreakers, because I feel like I won this battle more from a knowledge advantage rather than overcoming him purely with my own skill at the game. But back to the campaign, ultimately I ended up not taking a side with either of the main factions. I would do some work with Alliance to hurt Vertex, and then flip sides to make sure that neither of them were ever fully in control at any point. But by the time that the pulverizers appeared, they became the main priority for just about everyone in the story. These were strange weapons that no one knew the origin of, and that were killing ravens left and right. And I mean that, because by the time that I was going into the last mission of my playthrough, the only ravens left were Jacko, the leader of Vertex, Zenaida, an independent mercenary and one of the strongest ravens out there, and myself. So the three of us, the only remaining ravens in the world at this point in the story, went to try to destroy the origin point of the pulverizers together with one last attack. And by the time that I got there, Jacko was already dead, killed by an aerial pulverizer. I battled it, fully believing that it was the final boss, and was disappointed with how easily it went down. But afterwards, I went to rendezvous with Zenaida and found her battling another, much larger aerial pulverizer before also getting killed. And then it was just me, the last Raven.
He said it! He said it!
I died to this thing over and over and over because I didn't have the ammo for my best weapons, and my AP was only about half of what it normally would be. So instead of loading the checkpoint to fight the boss over and over again, I started the mission over entirely to get a better start, and I ended up beating the ultimate pulverizer on my first try of doing this just because of that higher amount of health that I had to work with. And it was weirdly bittersweet. because while I had defeated the boss and saved the world, I was also the only Raven to survive the events of those 24 hours. Overall, in case you couldn't already tell, I thoroughly enjoyed Last Raven. Seeing how my decisions changed the trajectory of the game, playing through the best arena of Gen 3.5, overcoming the difficulty that this game threw at me, and getting some really fun stories from the whole journey to boot. And keep in mind that even with everything I covered in this video, I still only got to play about 31% of the game's total content for it. It was also the last Armored Core game made for the PlayStation 2, and in case you haven't already noticed, we've been playing every single one of these games on PS2 since all the way back in Armored Core 2. So this brings the longest chapter of the franchise to a close, and what a way to go out, man. So overall, I'm going to be giving Armored Core Last Raven an 8.1. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And for those of you that have been with me for the whole Armored Core journey so far, listen up because I've got something special for you guys. This is the 11th out of 16 videos in the Armored Core review series, meaning we only have 5 videos left after this one. And I've been planning ahead to figure out what we're going to be doing after the Armored Core videos, so in the comments of this video, I'm going to be pinning a poll to go and vote on the next game franchise or series that we do a review series for. So if you've enjoyed these videos and you've been here consistently throughout them, I would love to get some feedback from you guys on what you would like to see me cover after this. So if you're interested in sharing that output, feel free to go to the poll in the comments below and check the box next to any game series that you would like to see next. You're allowed to vote for as many as you would like, so seriously, don't just pick your one favorite idea. Check every single one that you think you would enjoy videos of. And hey, for those of you that haven't seen the rest of my Armored Core videos, if you enjoyed this one and you got this far, then I'm sure that you'll enjoy the rest of them. So I'll have the full playlist linked right here on screen. So after 7 Armored Core games on the PS2, it was finally time for FromSoftware to move on to the next generation of hardware. And much like the transition from PS1 to PS2, the transition from PS2 to PS3 would be defined by an entirely new generation of Armored Core, the 4th generation. One that seems to be a bit controversial among a lot of Armored Core fans, especially those who are fans of the old school games. So what exactly makes Armored Core 4 so different from the rest of the franchise, and how did it turn out? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 12th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core 4 is a mech-based third-person shooter developed by FromSoftware and released in 2006 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And if you've been paying attention, you might notice that this is the first time an Armored Core game has been released on anything other than a PlayStation system. Only took them 12 entries to get there. And as one last note before talking about the game proper, AC4 is directed by none other than the now infamous household name of Hidetaka Miyazaki. The first game he ever worked on in his game design career was Last Raven, and he was immediately promoted to director just after that for this exact title. And if nothing else speaks to that man's talent, only ever working on one game that he didn't direct says a lot on its own. And much like the introduction of Gen 3, Gen 4 completely reboots the Armored Core timeline. And while there's a lot that makes this reboot interesting, the most important part pertains to the ACs themselves. In Armored Core 4, Ravens have moved on from standard Armored Cores entirely and started to pilot Nexus. These are essentially like a new generation of Armored Cores with capabilities far beyond that of their older cousins. Nexus pilots are also now referred to as Lynxes rather than Ravens. However, the new naming scheme is a little inconsistent at times. I'm not sure if it's an actual writing issue with the game or simply a handful of localization errors in the Western release, but your Next will be referred to as an AC a couple of times, as well as a couple other characters in the story calling you Raven on occasion. And while we're talking about Next, let's talk about the movement. If there's one word that defines the movement in this game, and honestly this game as a whole, it's speed. Nexus are significantly faster than Armored Cores were, and they're more efficient as well. Boost gliding along the ground no longer drains your generator's energy, flying through the air uses significantly less energy than in previous games, and you can even glide along the top of bodies of water now. On top of that, there's a new quick boost mechanic that can be used to quickly dodge heavy weapons and missiles. The speed of Armored Core 4 is incredibly fun, and the new mechanical depth added by the dramatic increase of aerial combat and being able to dodge missiles and other heavy weapons with a quick boost brings a level of mechanical satisfaction that I haven't gotten from the Armored Core games before. Human Plus features from previous games are also now universal across all mechs in this game, meaning that if you want to bring a giant sniper cannon on your shoulder, you can fire it off while flying through the air or boost gliding along the ground rather than needing to leave yourself open to attack like in previous games. The old FCS lockbox is also gone now, being replaced with a simple soft lock system that will aim for any enemies that are within range and on the screen. And while it might sound like this was done to make the game easier, it's simply a change that was made to account for the new speed of the core gameplay. It does make it a lot easier to aim, but considering the pace of the gameplay here, it balances out, since just trying to keep targets on screen while you're moving so quickly can be difficult enough a lot of the time. And the most unique change to your AC's potential here is Primal Armor. This is essentially a powerful energy shield for your next, powered by Kojima particles. An in-universe energy source that is incredibly powerful, but also incredibly harmful to the environment. So harmful, in fact, that when doing missions in or even close to civilized areas, the use of Kojima particles is strictly prohibited due to how much damage it would do to the region and the surrounding population. But in terms of gameplay, while your primal armor is active, you'll take a normal amount of damage from enemy weapons fire, but once it's depleted, you'll take a ridiculously high amount of damage by comparison and need to play incredibly carefully. At first, I thought primal armor would be a form of making the game easier than the classic gen games, but it actually only makes it more difficult. When your primal armor is up, you'll be playing the game like normal, but once it's down, you are demanded to play near flawlessly in order to stay alive. It's a really fun new system, and honestly, it's one of my favorite additions to Armored Core 4. But once I was done with the tutorial, I was greeted with the menu UI of this game, and
What is that? What the fuck is that?
this is by far the worst menu of the series up to this point, and not just in the sense of how it's laid out. I actually think it is laid out better than a couple of previous entries, but it's just so bland. Like, it's not offensive, but it's genuinely the most uninspired and under-designed menu that I've seen from a game in a really long time. I mean, look at it. It's kind of just nothing. And while I'm on that general topic, let me just say that Armored Core 4 is an ugly game. And it's weird because it's a very stylish game, but it also just looks really bad. And I don't mean that in a, oh, this game is from 2006, of course it looks bad kind of way. I mean it in a, the environments are just really bland kind of way. Most of this game has little to no color in it, being a mix of whites and grays and maybe some sand to spice things up. But there are moments where color is used properly, and this game actually can look pretty good from time to time. It's just that the only time that it does is when there was very clearly an effort made to make it look that way. And one last thing before getting into the campaign itself, the customization for your next is honestly insane in this game. You've got the normal stuff you'd expect: frame parts, weapons on both arms and shoulders, extensions, your FCS, your generator, you know, the usual things that you would expect from Armored Core customization. And on top of that, there are now stabilizers. These are small add-ons that can be attached to the frame parts of your next to offset the center of gravity and offer better control while piloting. This system can be pretty overwhelming, but if you use the little chart they give you in the menu for them, eventually you'll put it together and learn how to balance out your next center of gravity. And there's even 4 different booster slots for you to equip your next with. So you can have completely different booster models in your front booster, your rear booster, your side boosters, you get the idea. All of these, of course, giving unique stats in terms of things like thrust power or energy consumption to each direction of your boosting. Then there's the return of the tuning system from Gen 3.5, only much more in depth now. As you complete certain milestones in the game's campaign and arena, you'll be awarded what are essentially skill points to put into tuning your next. There are way more ways to tune your AC than ever before, and you have way more points to do it with by the time that you reach the end of the game. And again, while I found this menu to be super overwhelming when I first opened it, by the end of the game, I felt like I knew exactly what I was doing, and it just became another part of putting together the ultimate Nex. Some customization slots have been removed as well, such as inside parts and more notably radiators. But the radiators have been removed for a very specific reason. The heat system is completely gone. No longer do you need to worry about using your booster too much. You're free to fly all over the place to your heart's content, further enhancing the power fantasy that the Nex of Armored Core 4 offer the player. All things considered, the customization in Gen 4 can be a little scary at first because of the insane amount of options and fine-tuning, but once you've spent some time with it, it gives you even more tools to work with to ensure that your Nex is exactly what you want it to be, and it ends up being a very positive evolution of the system. Alright, so with all the fundamentals out of the way, let's talk about this campaign. The structure is much more simple than previous games, and it was honestly really refreshing coming right off of Last Raven. In Armored Core 4, you will play every mission available in one run of the campaign, and rather than being able to fail a mission and lose the privilege to see what it offers, you get as many attempts as you need to finish the mission, as completing every single mission in the game is required in order to complete it. And while I love the normal, independent mercenary simulator approach that the AC games take, something like this is still really nice, as it feels like you get to experience all the content in one go of the game, rather than needing to restart or resort to cheese for the full experience. And looking back at footage from the early missions of this game, I really struggled to control my Nex at first. You can see it a lot in my early game footage, especially in the missions where you're moving through tight corridors. I was rarely ever using my quick boost, I was boosting into every wall possible, overshooting doorways, pretty much everything you'd expect from a total noob. This, along with the customization changes, made me feel like I was relearning everything about the franchise, so there's a very clear difference between footage of mine from early in the game and later on. And one of my biggest struggles early on is one that I would never have expected, because it was understanding how much damage I was taking. Easily the largest flaw of this game's core gameplay is that there is little to no feedback for when you're taking damage. There's no slight screen shake, sound effect, on-screen indicator, nothing. What you get is that your AP number will go down, and you'll get a tiny little red number below it, indicating how much damage you actually took from that last attack. Eventually, once I had a better grip on the controls and the pace of the game, I was better about frequently checking my AP, but early on, I would just kind of randomly die without ever even seeing it coming. Anything that I mentioned before, like a screen shake, a sound effect, an indicator, would go a long way in letting players know that they're taking damage, and it's one of those things that you'll never know is good when it's done right, but you'll definitely know that it's bad when it's not done right. And this was one of those cases where I quickly picked up on the fact that it was done poorly. Something else I noticed early on was how awesome the destruction is in this game. FromSoft really went all out with making things destructible, something you'll notice much sooner if you're a big missile user like myself, and it can even be used to approach certain encounters in different ways. There was this one mission where I was getting pounded by artillery while moving through a narrow canyon, and eventually I realized that I could shoot out the platforms that these cannons were set up on simply by going under them and hitting the foundations with a barrage of missiles. It's really fun, it adds to that power fantasy that I mentioned earlier, it adds a lot of style to the game, and I think that it's just yet another great addition here. In general though, early on, I thought Armored Core 4 was by far the easiest game in the franchise. Until I got to Chapter 3. I went from not failing a single mission for the first couple chapters of the game, to getting stuck on the literal first mission of Chapter 3 for almost an hour. In general, Chapter 3 is a very large difficulty spike for this game, but it's not like it gets anywhere near the difficulty of Last Raven or even Silent Line, so it's not the sort of thing where you're going to be overwhelmed by the difficulty, but you're definitely going to notice a sharp increase on your first time playing this game. And while we're talking about missions, I think that the mission variety in AC4 is pretty great. There's a lot of go here and fight the enemies kind of missions, but they're all in unique locations from one another, and there's a bunch of unique objectives thrown in to mix things up, like defending an icebreaker boat while it works its way through a small glacier, or destroying a giant orbital cannon, things like that just add that little bit of zest to the mission lineup. My only problem with the missions in this game is that some of them require pinpoint precision aiming in a game with a permanent soft lock system. So sometimes you'll be trying your best to aim at a small target or a weak spot while piloting your next, but the target lock has just decided that something else on the very edge of your screen is more important than that. It's something that only happened a handful of times during my playthrough, but god damn is it annoying when it happens. Missions also got a great new system introduced in the projection system. When you take a mission, your employers will project a certain amount of costs that they believe you'll need to cover for your next repairs and your ammo costs. And when you go over those projections, you'll still have to pay for those things, but you'll have the projections deducted from the total amount you owe as the company's covered that much for you. But if you use less than expected, you get to keep the credits that are left over as your employers have already parted with those credits anyway. It's a really small thing, but I feel like this not only adds a little bit of personality to the process of accepting missions, but also an extra incentive for players to perform well while out on those missions. And I hope that this system sticks around instead of just being forgotten like Gen 3's consort system. And if you know me, you might be thinking to yourself, he hasn't mentioned the arena yet. Well, don't worry, because you know I'll never miss a chance to talk about the arena more than anyone actually cares to listen, but I didn't actually touch the arena until really late in my time with Armored Core 4, because I didn't know where it was. They might as well have hidden the arena from me in this menu. So from the main part of the menu, you need to open the submenu where you edit your next, and from this long list of options, Simulator is the new arena in this game. So naturally it makes sense that I never even thought to open this menu until I was pretty deep into the game, but once I actually knew where the simulator was, I had a blast with it. The core gameplay of AC4 is so perfect for a one-on-one fight with another next, so just having 40 battles where you can do exactly that is a better concept here than it ever has been before. And that being said, I thought that Armored Core 4 had the easiest arena of the entire franchise so far, but that very well could have been because of my build. See, early on in every single Armored Core game, I like to start out with a basic build. I start every single one of these games with a semi-auto rifle and a shoulder-mounted missile launcher. I did that once again in Armored Core 4, and it turns out this can be one of the most powerful builds in the game. The semi-auto rifles are way stronger than they've ever been here, and some of the missile launchers are incredibly powerful. So for most of my arena matches, I would just fly up in the air and fire ludicrous amounts of missiles down on my enemies, often ending battles in less than 30 seconds. And sometimes even less than 15 seconds and not taking a single point of damage. And no, I am not exaggerating. But I want it to be known that even though I thought it was comically easy, I still had a blast with it, and I sincerely hope that Armored Core 4's expansion ups the difficulty of the arena considerably so I get to spend more time of my playthrough on it. And some of you may have realized that I haven't brought the story up at all so far, and there's a good reason for that. I really didn't understand what was happening in this game. From what I can gather, there was a war long before the events of this game where the corporations overthrew the governments of the world, establishing a new world order. And after doing some random jobs at the beginning of the game, you managed to get the corporations pissed at each other, starting an all-out war between them. And I think that by the end of the game, all of them were destroyed, but I'm not even entirely sure about that one. And then the final boss of the game comes out of nowhere, being a next pilot that you had met 2 missions prior, but in some new giant next unlike any you've seen before. And the way that the dialogue and the music is set up here, FromSoftware clearly wanted this to be a very emotional fight, but I felt pretty much nothing since I had only met the guy like 10 minutes beforehand. And normally if there are things in a game's story that I don't understand, I'll just look it up before writing my script because I realize that most of the time it's an issue with me and not the game's writing. But the fact that I was really actively trying to figure out what was happening in this game and I got nothing outside of like the most bare bones story summary tells me that this might not be a comprehension issue and this might have actually been the writers not giving enough detail. But ending on a positive note, the music in this game was fantastic. I've never mentioned the soundtracks of these games in any of these videos, and I normally think that they're great, but this one is just on a whole other level. It's a great mix of what I've come to know these soundtracks for, that being electronic music with a lot of bass and piano mixed in, but now they've also introduced a choir and a full orchestra to the mix, and when played at the right time, some of this stuff can bring set pieces in this game to heights the franchise has never seen before.
Hey. I guess there's little need for words.
Overall, I went into Armored Core 4 skeptical, knowing how divisive it can be among fans, but I really enjoyed it. I don't think it's the best Armored Core game objectively, but because of the speed of the game, the music, and the supremely satisfying mechanics, it's easily my personal favorite game of the journey so far. It definitely has some issues, big and small, with things like visual direction, some small annoyances in the controls, poor menu design, and a story that's poorly paced and very difficult to follow for a first-time player, but damn if it isn't just really fun to play for hours at a time. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna give Armored Core 4 a 6.6, but on the note that it is also my personal favorite. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month, and you can get things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. I've been playing through some of the earlier games on stream recently and getting 100% completion in them, and if we get enough new members or patrons, I'll even work on some bonus videos once the series is done, looking back on the games after a second playthrough and talking about things that I never experienced the first time around. But if you can't afford it, don't worry about it, we've all been there, and your likes, comments, and the fact that you even got to this point in the video have helped out plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have the full playlist linked right here on screen. So after the jump to PS3, Armored Core was in an interesting spot. Armored Core 4 had the best gameplay mechanics in the franchise thus far, but was a downgrade from previous entries in almost every other way. But, as we all know by now, every new Armored Core game gets at least one expansion, and these have a long history of correcting mistakes made in the base game. So how did Armored Core 4 Answer address the problems found in AC4's design, and how did it turn out? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 13th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core 4 Answer is a standalone expansion for Armored Core 4 released in 2008 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And let me just start by saying that I love the way that they named this game. 4 Answer is a phrase that is very important to the story and themes of the game, and FromSoftware also cleverly dropped the 4 out of the title so that it reads as Armored Core 4 Answer. And for anyone who might think that it's a convenient coincidence, the logo for the game looks like this. So yeah, they knew what they were doing, and it's clever. But getting into the game itself, 4 Answer takes a page out of Last Raven's playbook, but tweaks it a little. 4 Answer has multiple endings, only having 3 compared to Last Raven's 6, but it handles this approach a little differently. The first time that you play 4 Answer, you're going to get the game's standard ending, then the game will loop back to the beginning, starting you in a New Game Plus setting where you'll start to replay the game like normal, but new missions have opened up that weren't available on your first run of the game. And should you choose to take them, you can get a new ending for your second playthrough, and if you go again, you can even get a new ending for your third as well. And I really like this approach. I might even go as far to say that I prefer it to Last Raven's take. While there's certainly a quality in Last Raven's all endings are available from the start and it's up to you which one you'll see approach, I really like this approach that opens up more possibilities the more that you play the game. It feels like you can get a fully satisfactory story out of a single run, but if you want to play more of the game beyond the credits rolling, there's still so much more to discover. Ultimately, which approach you prefer in this case will be completely down to your personal preference, but I really like this one. And if they continue doing multiple story paths going forward in the series, I would love to see more of them adopting this model. And as you can probably already tell, the UI is a big step up from whatever this was. And they did it without reinventing the wheel. They just took what already existed and made it actually look good this time. Not to say that there aren't small changes, like the arena matches being moved to their own new spot just below the mission select rather than being hidden away in the submenus, but the blueprint here stayed relatively unchanged while looking infinitely better and getting a handful of small quality of life changes. But getting into playing the actual game, one of the first things you might notice is that 4Answer got a much needed visual boost compared to Armored Core 4. Not that models are pushing more polygons or anything, but it comes down to what I talked about in the AC4 video with the use of color. It's really the only noticeable difference in the visuals of these two games, and when you look at them side by side, it's like a night and day comparison. And something else that got a major buff was the movement. FromSoftware looked at Armored Core 4's retail release, said, "No, this isn't fast enough yet," and decided to take it up a notch. The quick boosts have gotten the largest buff here. Instead of being a small dodge boost, they now give you a large burst of momentum in whatever direction you use them in. And while overboosting hasn't been made any faster, they use significantly less energy than they did in AC4, meaning you can maintain that high speed for much longer than you ever could in that game. And the buffs to your next don't end there. FromSoft introduced a whole new mechanic in the form of Assault Armor. Assault Armor allows you to completely purge your primal armor, resulting in a large Kojima explosion around your AC. Any other necks that get hit by this explosion will take some damage to their AP, as well as having their primal armor completely drained. I love the idea of this because it's a high risk, high reward mechanic, since resetting both the opponent's primal armor and your own means that both of you will be able to be killed incredibly quickly, so if you do use it, you better be confident in your own skill at the game. I never actually ended up using it during my playthrough, but it's a really interesting mechanic, and I think it's a great addition for players who are more used to the mechanics of Gen 4. And while we're on the topic of primal armor, I'm not 100% sure about this one, but it definitely seems like it's weaker here than it was in AC4. Either that, or enemies in 4Answer are just considerably more dangerous, but I found my primal armor depleting much more often than in the base game, which made every single mission and arena match in 4Answer much more intense than in Armored Core 4. Another new feature to 4Answer is the Vanguard Overboost. This is quite literally a giant backpack of rockets that are used to deploy necks into dangerous mission areas, and I have to admit that while they're kind of gimmicky, they're really cool. Getting to start a dangerous mission by flying into the mission area with 10 rockets strapped to your back is something that I didn't know I needed in these games, but I gladly welcome the addition. 4Answer also sees the return of my favorite forgotten system in the Armored Core franchise, the Consort system. It's a little different this time, with you only being able to hire other necks from the arena ranks to work with you, but it's something that I was just really glad to see return. In terms of world building in Armored Core, not much can really top defeating an opponent in the arena and then immediately hiring them to help you out with a job in the field. It's one of those little things that really goes a long way in terms of fleshing out these worlds, showing you that these are actual pilots who exist outside of their one reason to appear for you in the game. It even helps with the risk and reward balance of Armored Core, allowing you to bring heavy-duty backup on your missions, but at the cost of a large portion of your pay for it. And I really hope that it doesn't just randomly disappear again after this game, because I feel like this is such a cool thing to keep around. Continuing with the positives, I had a much easier time following story in this game compared to Armored Core 4. After the events of AC4, the planet is left in a state of decay from the amount of pollution and hazardous waste given off by the Kojima particles of the Nexus during the war in that game. This has led to the surface of Earth becoming virtually uninhabitable, so the remaining corporations work together to build these giant airborne habitats to house the human population called cradles. But some of the less fortunate humans are forced to remain on the surface, leading to the formation of Orca, a rebel group of lynxes who are out to overthrow the corporations. And the main reason I was able to keep up with the story better was just because it was explained better than it had been in AC4. One example of this is the return of faction-specific mission briefings. It sounds like a small thing, but having different voice actors and distinct visual styles in these mission brief cutscenes goes a very long way in keeping things simple to understand, especially in comparison to Armored Core 4, where every mission intro looked the exact same and had the same woman just lore dumping on you. Another great addition made to the world of Gen 4 Armored Core in this game are arms forts. These are giant weapons, and I mean giant, that were created by corporations out of fear that the Nexus might one day turn on them and overthrow them. Arms forts have crews of thousands of soldiers operating them, and are massively scaled up weapons that far surpass the kind of firepower that Nexus are capable of. You'll be sent on some missions in this game where you have to fight them, and these are like the epic bosses of previous games being taken to an entirely new level. For me personally, battles against arms forts were definitely the highlight of my time with For Answer, and while I doubt that we'll ever get boss battles on this scale again in the series, I have to say that this is definitely an idea worth bringing back, because let me tell you man, nothing beats being in a superpowered mech and flying around this absolute behemoth just covered in weapons and chipping away at them one by one. But something that could continue further in the series is another new addition For Answer brings to missions. Ever since the first Armored Core, there have always been missions in these games where you'll be paid more for every enemy you kill along the way, but in For Answer, they introduce a new form of pay bonus where you'll get paid more depending on how quickly you complete the mission. And it should go without saying, but this kind of bonus is absolutely perfect for the Gen 4 games, and it also makes perfect sense from an in-world standpoint that clients would want their mercenaries to get in and out quickly to minimize risk. I have no idea how it took FromSoft this long to come up with this bonus, but I would love to see it return later on, as I love the intensity that it can add to an otherwise unexceptional mission. And speaking of quickly completing missions, I had a couple instances in For Answer where I would go into an eliminate all enemies kind of mission, clear everything out, and then kind of just sit there in an empty mission boosting around for a minute or two before the mission just randomly ended. I think that what's happening here is there's either some invisible timer for the mission for whatever reason, or more likely, I might be clearing out the enemies so quickly that the game isn't decrementing the remaining enemies in the code properly, so it'll just kind of hang like that. Not 100% sure what was going on with these instances, but just something that I figured I would mention because of how weird it was. And those of you that have been keeping up with the series already know what time it is. Arena time. I already mentioned earlier how much more straightforward getting into the arena was in this game, so that's a great start. And I also talked a lot earlier about the increased speed of For Answer, and that faster pace really complements the arena here. On top of that, I was very pleasantly surprised early on when the second arena opponent in the game defeated me multiple times. Compared to AC4's arena, where I was maybe defeated like 5 times throughout the entire climb, it was great to get taken out a few times by one of the lowest ranking opponents in the game. And I had some incredibly intense matches throughout the entire climb of the ladder here. I didn't get stuck very often in this arena, and it's definitely not the hardest, but I had way more close calls than I have in a while, and if I'm being honest, this is probably the best arena the franchise has had since like Silent Line or AC3. The only major downside I had with this arena was that I won more matches than I ever have by ring out. And I don't even mean that I was able to force them out of the boundaries through clever use of mechanics or exploitation of the AI. I mean that they would literally just fly out of the boundaries. And not on the sides either. Opponents here would frequently fly too high into the air and past the altitude limit of the map, thus causing me to win the match by default. I think this only happened because I play very flight heavy, and it seems like the AI was trying to gain a higher elevation than me, causing them to leave the map, but I'm not really sure. Regardless of the reason, it's fun to win in the arena, but not as fun when you win by default. And if I'm being honest, I don't really have any specific stories or big finale for this video. The arena's 9-breaker went down on my first attempt, and the final boss of my playthrough, while a really fun double AC fight, wasn't anything all that spectacular compared to previous bosses of the franchise. Now, I did only play the game once front to back before writing the script, which only took me about 4.5 hours, but I am also like halfway through a second playthrough at the time of writing, and if any of my thoughts change over the course of my second run, Well, they were already either edited or taken out if you got this far into the video, so everything I said here is something that I stand by even roughly 9 or 10 hours into the game. Overall, I found that Armored Core 4 Answer is really just Armored Core 4, but refined in almost every way. The mechanics, the visuals, the world building, the arena, the balance of the game, everything that was okay in 4 is great here, and everything that was great is now fantastic. The only major negative with 4 Answer is that I feel like it will make AC4 nearly impossible to go back to for those that have played it. It still has its problems, but as a lot of you probably already knew after the last video, it has become my new favorite game in the franchise, though much like I said in the AC4 video, I don't think it's the most well-made Armored Core game, but I do feel like this one comes a lot closer than Armored Core 4 did. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core 4 Answer a 7.9. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to go ahead and leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And once again, I have pinned the poll for the next review series after Armored Core is finished in the comments below. If you've already voted on it before, then don't worry about it, but if you haven't and you care enough about what we talk about on the channel next, feel free to take a minute and just go check the box next to every franchise that you might be interested in and submit your opinions there. Even though we're getting close to the end of the Armored Core series, I'd love to still cover some games that you guys are interested in, and to do that, I would obviously love to get as many of your opinions as possible. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have those linked right here on screen. So ever since my journey with Armored Core started, there's one thing that has been abundantly clear to me. Everyone either strongly dislikes Armored Core 5, or at the very least strongly believes it to be one of the worst entries in the franchise. The developers had found a formula that worked really well, but their new director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, had left the Armored Core team to go and work on another little title that you might have heard of once or twice. But going into Gen 5, the Armored Core team had a new director, Naoyuki Takahashi, and he was looking to take Armored Core into yet another bold new direction. So how did this change in leadership affect the approach the team took when designing Armored Core 5, and how did it turn out? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 14th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. And before we get into the video proper, let's address this thing. As you guys probably know by now, I use emulators whenever I'm recording an old console game to get upscaled footage that runs smoother and just looks a lot cleaner, but Armored Core 5 was nearly impossible to get running on an emulator, and very early on, I had to settle with this bug that was causing all AC textures to be completely absent. This led to the birth of our new best friend for the review series, AC Glitch. After about an hour of playing like this, I was able to figure out a fix for it, but the solution wasn't exactly satisfactory since I had to disable all the resolution upscaling and play through the entire game at 720p. So just a heads up, most of the footage in this video will unfortunately be recorded in 720p, but there will be some clips thrown in here and there where you'll see an untextured AC that are running in a full 1440p. But as far as the story goes in this game, it isn't directly connected to any prior games whatsoever, but after a quick bit of research, everyone seems to be in agreement that the Gen 5 games are in the same timeline as the Gen 4 games, which I definitely won't complain about personally because Armored Core already has 3 different timelines and I really don't need a 4th one to keep track of on top of that. Oh wait, but what you might notice is that these are definitely not the Nexus of Gen 4. My assumption here is that the Nexus have been abandoned entirely due to the immense radiation they disperse into the environment when used, and since the game talks a lot about how harsh life is outside of very specific safe areas, this would definitely seem to be the case. The only reason I'm going to make assumptions here and not look into it further is just because I don't want to spoil the next game for myself, so understand that if any of my assumptions about the story here are inaccurate, it's only because I just don't want to spoil the next game for myself, especially since I'll be playing it in a matter of days. Which brings us nicely into the ACs of Armored Core 5. Piloting your Next in 4 and 4 Answer was like piloting a futuristic jet, but piloting your AC here in Armored Core 5 is more akin to steering a tank with rockets strapped to it. Even the lightest builds in AC5 are incredibly heavy when compared to other games in the franchise, and movement has been slowed down heavily. ACs in this game are even so heavy that a series staple, being able to fly around freely in your AC, is completely absent, being replaced by a new wall jumping system that works surprisingly well. While at first it felt super janky and awkward to me, by the end of the game I had not only adjusted to the movement and become pretty good with it, but I also appreciated how much it forced me to engage with my environment compared to previous games. I felt like I was constantly much more aware of everything around me and how to take advantage of the level geometry in order to win fights, and I thought it was really satisfying. The quick boosting from Gen 4 has also made a return here, but consumes substantially more energy than it did in those games, since generating enough force to boost these new ACs around is a lot more demanding. So while the quick boost has returned here, it's a lot more dialed back just because of the general pace and design that they're going for with this game. Another major change to your AC in this game is that back weapons are completely gone now. Instead, they've been replaced with weapon bays. These are essentially shoulder-mounted holsters for your arm weapons, allowing you to not only carry more than one weapon into a mission, but also swap between them at any time with the press of a button. This means that you can bring in 4 completely different arm weapons for your AC setups, allowing you to be prepared with weapons to counter any situation you might find yourself in. Or just bring 4 Gatling guns. No one's judging here. And unfortunately, Armored Core 5 was a game made with online play in mind, but the servers were shut off all the way back in 2014. So while there are a lot of cool online features and modes that seem like they would have been really cool to experience back in the day, I can only really talk about and review the game's single player for this video. One thing that's still very important though is the team system. If you played the game at launch, you would have been able to create or join a team, and when players on the team completed activities within the game, the total team level would increase. I'll bring this up again later, so try to keep it in the back of your mind for now. But thankfully, the quality of this review isn't going to be diminished that much because there is no lack of single player content in AC5, as this was actually one of the longer playthroughs of mine throughout the series. There are 10 main story missions available and 84 order missions. The story missions bring you through the main campaign of the game, and even though there are only 10 of them, they are surprisingly long. Each story mission took me about an average of 30 minutes to complete, which I really enjoyed, as like I talked about way back in my Silent Line review, I love these longer missions that seamlessly take you through multiple set pieces and objectives. Along with these longer missions, they've introduced a feature where at certain points in the mission, you can pay a certain amount of your credits to call in a resupply chopper, which even allows you to change your AC's setup mid-mission if you choose to do so. To a lot of old school players, this might sound like it was done to appeal to a more casual audience, but it really does just exist to make these longer missions even more balanced to complete. Because even though they've gone for a 30-minute runtime on these missions, that doesn't mean that they've scaled back the difficulty of individual encounters whatsoever, and you're really going to need those resupplies to be able to get through these missions in their entirety. These resupplies also scale in cost every single time that you use them, so you're incentivized to limit your use of them as much as possible during your runs. And the story itself in this game is a bit of a mixed bag. The basic setup here is that we are a pilot for the Resistance. Bit generic, but okay. And we're fighting a war in the city. Just the city? There's no specific name, it's just the city? Alright. Anyway, we're fighting this war against the corporation. Okay, come on guys. The actual plot in terms of events and world building isn't all that interesting, but there are a lot of characters in this game that play a very active role in the story, and the stuff that the writers did with these characters was actually fairly entertaining to me personally. If you're someone who mainly cares about more plot-driven stories, this definitely will not be the one for you. But if you like a more character-driven story and you just want to see how certain people in this world might interact, this will be a story that you probably enjoy. At the very least, Armored Core 5's main campaign does have some pretty awesome cutscene direction, and paired with the game's general, more militaristic art style that, by the way, I absolutely love, I had a blast just watching some of the various scenes in the game. But the real bulk of my playtime here was spent in the order missions. These are like a second campaign that can be played either after or alongside the main story that also seems to have been heavily designed with co-op in mind. These are much more similar to a traditional set of Armored Core missions, being about 2 to 6 minutes long on average and much more numerous compared to the main story missions. And I mean numerous, because as I said earlier, there are 84 of them, which leads us into the main issue with the Order missions. These share what I like to call the Another Age problem, where the majority of these missions are clear filler, and even though there are 80-some missions, there are only like 10 different maps that you'll play all of those missions on. Except the Order missions of AC5 are even worse than Another Age's missions in terms of variety, and it's all down to one thing. There are a grand total of 2 different objectives for every Order mission in the game. And no, unfortunately, I am not exaggerating. Every time you start an Order mission, your objective will either be clear all enemies from the area or defeat the AC. And speaking of, Order missions also effectively replace the arena in this game. I would say that roughly half of the Order missions here are literally just you loading into an AC fight, and especially because of the reused maps, it really is just the arena. And while I appreciate what they were going for here, having all these different AC factions with different backstories for you to pick apart as you defeat more and more of them, I have to say it again that I really just prefer having a numbered ladder of arena opponents and getting that satisfaction out of climbing them one by one. I think in a perfect world, they could have had both the backstories and the numbered ladder, but I'll take what we got here because it is somewhat interesting, just hoping that in the future they return to that numbered ladder again. One thing I actually did really enjoy about these missions though is that a lot of the AC fights are actually double AC fights. Like I said before, the Order missions seem to have been intended for co-op with another player, but when played nowadays with single player being the only option, these missions turn into a great challenge. Order missions are very much worth the time spent though, as they're a great way to increase your team level, something that's actually very important in this game. And I'm not quite to that part, so just give me another minute or so. And while I touched on it a little bit earlier, I think the AC customization in this game is great. I would even go so far as to say I had some of the most fun designing my ACs in this game out of the whole series so far. I love the addition of weapon bays, allowing me to bring a wide variety of different weapons on missions, and I found that I experimented with different builds more than I typically would. For example, I found myself loving reverse joint legs more than I ever have before, as with the reduced verticality of Armored Core 5, being able to jump super high into the air and instantly gain an advantage on opponents is incredibly powerful here. The only major downside to customization here is that the value of any parts you buy will cut in half the moment you buy them. And this isn't like the last Raven used part system where they cut in half once you actually bring them into a mission. I mean, the moment that you buy them, the value has cut in half. I talked about it a lot more in the last Raven video, but I feel that one of the best qualities of the Armored Core games is giving the players the freedom to experiment with builds and find what works for them personally. And systems like this can really eat into that since they punish you for stepping out of your comfort zone and experimenting with something that you don't end up clicking with. But remember when I told you to keep team level in mind? Well, that's because your team level is what determines the parts that are available to you in the shop. At the beginning of the game, you have an incredibly limited selection, by far the most limited from the start that I've seen out of any game in the franchise. But by the time that you've completed the story and all of the Order missions, you'll have a wider part selection than I've ever seen in the game so far. For example, they split everything up into categories to make it simple and organized for you in the menus, and there are a total of 26 different weapon types in this game. So the amount of variety in your builds can actually be pretty amazing in this game, even though it seems so limited when you start out. ACs also have an entirely new mechanic added in with the recon parts. These are little recon drones that come in multiple different varieties that allow you to scan enemies in the area. This comes complete with a scan mode that can be toggled by clicking in the right thumbstick that allows you to see enemies highlighted through level geometry as long as your recon drone is within range to actually be able to pick them up. But the downside here is that while you're using scan mode, all of your weapons are completely disabled until you toggle back into combat mode. But the scan mode also comes with one more trick up its sleeve. While using your scan mode, your generator's energy output will massively increase. I can't tell you exactly how much faster it is, but it honestly feels like your energy recharges at least twice as fast, if not more, while using scan mode. This means that knowing when to use scan mode and when to use combat mode is a huge part of the skill progression in Armored Core 5, using it to keep track of your enemies while taking cover, as well as very quickly regenerate some energy mid-battle. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but I really like the HUD in this game. It's very different from the HUDs of the past games, but I really enjoy the style that it goes for, and once I knew what all the numbers on screen meant, it does a great job at quickly conveying all the important information to you. The only downside is that the team overcorrected from a big mistake of Gen 4, and now when you take damage in AC5, you get way too much damage feedback. It's great to know when you're getting hit, but distorting the entire screen every single time you take damage is a bit overkill and incredibly hard to get used to. FCS lock-on has also had its lock-on time massively increased across the board, so something I had to do a lot more of in this game was manually aim. The reticle in the center of the screen, along with the generally larger targets, did make this a lot easier though, and once you have it down, you can even exploit it in some ways. One of my favorite builds that I found was dual-wielding heat howitzers, which are basically a shotgun of small grenades. The downside with these weapons normally is that they have no lock-on, and their arc is super weird, so if you aim right at an enemy, it will fly right over their head most of the time. But I learned at one point that if I rushed into enemies and aimed slightly below them, I could blast them with akimbo grenade shotguns, melting through ACs faster than any build I've used since using the Karasawa back in Master of Arena. And that brings me to the difficulty of the game. For the first few hours, I was worried that this game would be far too easy. Even though I was fumbling so hard with the controls and the new combat of the game, I was breezing through missions without ever failing a single one. But once I got to about the halfway point of the game, I realized that the difficulty was steadily picking up and was starting to get to a point where I felt like I was being pushed to improve, and by the end of the game, there were a lot of genuinely difficult encounters. A couple of which I would even categorize as some of the hardest encounters I've seen from the franchise so far, but we'll come back to that. The difficulty also ties into how the game progresses through its themes as well. The beginning of the game starts out incredibly grounded, with even the ACs feeling more realistic than anything we've seen from the franchise so far. And generally, in these early portions, you're just going in and blasting through tanks, turrets, helicopters, stuff that you would kind of expect to see in this kind of urban combat setting. But as the game progresses and you learn more about the corporation, more and more alien elements are introduced, and by the end of the game, you're mostly fighting against robots that remind me a bit of the Disorder units from Armored Core 2. And on that note, the final boss of the game was absolutely epic. The final showdown takes place between you and Chief, an AC pilot who you've been fighting throughout the campaign, who turns out to be an AI of the corporation. In this final fight, Chief takes control of a giant unit that really embodies the otherworldly elements of the units the corporation employs, and while this fight was awesome, it was also really easy, only taking me a couple of tries to get through it. But for me, the real final boss was on the Final Order mission. This was fought against two AC pilots who you fight in earlier Order missions, both of them being strong enough to be a considerable threat in a one-on-one fight, but both of them fleeing before being fully defeated. Here though, they both come back and fight you at once, and both of them pack enough firepower to be a boss fight entirely of their own. The speed with which they were able to melt through my lightweight build was insane, and the only way I was able to win was through many attempts of loading up 4 high damage shotguns and using my mobility to the best of my ability. This fight took me forever to get through, but it was definitely one of the most satisfying victories I've had in my time with the franchise. And even though it's clearly balanced to be a 2v2 fight involving another player, I highly recommend checking out this fight if you haven't before, because it was such a satisfying challenge. Overall, I had a bit of a shaky start with Armored Core 5, but the more time that I put into it, the more it grew on me. The mechanics and changes are really weird to get used to as someone who played every game up to this point, but the more that I stuck with it, the more it clicked and the more fun I got out of it. And all the missions in the game just being go here and kill the enemies was super disappointing, but I did have enough fun with the combat here, and I really hope that they can build things out a bit more and make for an overall more interesting experience in the expansion. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core 5 a 6.8. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. YouTube's ad revenue can be a cruel mistress sometimes, so those of you that are already supporting the channel really do make this possible, and I can't thank you enough. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have those linked right here on screen. After Armored Core 5, the series was left in a very familiar spot. AC5 had a great foundation gameplay-wise, but just about everything else outside of that was flawed. And just like I said only a couple of videos ago, the Armored Core games have a long history of improving upon the base game massively in their expansions. It ended up being more than true with 4 Answer, so will it also hold true for Armored Core Verdict Day? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 15th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Armored Core Verdict Day is a standalone expansion for Armored Core 5 released 21 months after the base game. And let's start by talking about the largest improvement from AC5, the story. Armored Core 5 had almost nothing in the way of story, yet Verdict Day has what feels not only like a complete story, but one of the most interesting in the franchise. Verdict Day takes place roughly 100 years after Armored Core 5, and in that gap of time, pollution and radiation on the Earth got so bad that humanity had to live underground for a while, and Verdict Day takes place right around the time that humanity starts to come back to the surface once the conditions are more livable again. With humanity exploring the Earth again for the first time in nearly a century, they happen upon the Towers, a handful of large structures containing advanced technology from thousands of years prior to the events of this game. The 3 main corporations of the game, which all actually have names this time by the way, fight for control over these towers and the power of the technology within them, leading to what's called the Verdict War. During this war, you'll encounter numerous mysterious factions such as the Foundation and the Reaper Squad, and slowly uncover their motivations and how they believe the future of humanity should play out. There's a ton of twists and turns throughout this story, and I really think that it's one of my personal favorites from the franchise so far. So if you're someone that enjoys the worlds of these games and you haven't played this one before, I could highly recommend it for the story alone. And Verdict Day starts out significantly harder than Armored Core 5 did. AC5 might have gotten hard by the end, but it took a good few hours to build to that point. But here in Verdict Day, the opening mission is about on par with like the midway point of AC5 difficulty-wise, and if you're like me and not importing your saves from previous games, these early missions can be even more brutal. It definitely feels like Verdict Day is the first expansion that I've played out of the entire franchise that was balanced with the idea of you importing your save in mind. And on that note, let's talk about the economy in Verdict Day. I haven't brought up much about the economy in the last few videos, mostly because there's not much noteworthy about them other than how little the resale value of parts was in AC5. But here in Verdict Day, the economy is absolutely brutal and is easily, without a doubt in my mind, the tightest economy in the entire franchise. This is mostly because the payouts are so minimal for missions in this game. The average frame part in Gen 5 costs about 100 to 200,000 credits, and the average mission in Verdict Day will pay out about 100 to 150,000 before the expenses get factored in. And repairing your AC in Gen 5 specifically is unusually brutal. On some missions, I would complete the mission and repairs for my AC that wasn't even broken would be somewhere well above 100,000 credits. So for me, most missions I completed in this game paid out about 25 to 50k. That is, if I wasn't negative on my expenses in the first place. Meaning it would take a lot of work to earn enough for a new build while playing through this game. I even went into debt for the first time since playing Armored Core 2, and not even just a little bit of debt, like well over negative 100,000, which I think puts it into perspective pretty well. But getting into the general structure of the game, the order missions from AC5 have been removed in favor of a more traditional side mission structure. After completing every main story mission, the next one will open up, as well as a bunch of side missions that you can take advantage of if you want, but they're completely optional. But compared to the order missions, these actually take place alongside the main story rather than being a complete separate campaign of their own, so I would even recommend playing the side missions in this game for the story purposes alone. And while we're talking about things that are generally the same but slightly different, the team level system from 5 is also gone now. It has instead been replaced by your player rank, still unlocking new sets of parts as you level it up, but being tied to your progress alone rather than that of your entire team. I personally don't feel like this is very different one way or another, but I know from the comments of the last video that a lot of people didn't like being forced into a team or a clan in AC5, so this change just ends up taking that away and making your progress through the game feel much more personal and not like other teammates of yours throughout the game can end up carrying you. But continuing with the campaign structure, the main story missions here in Verdict Day are significantly shorter, being brought back down to that typical 3 to 6 minute time frame that we're pretty used to from the Armored Core franchise. Not that this is a problem though, because all the missions in this game, both main and side missions, are of a much higher quality than they were in Armored Core 5. There was clearly a ton of effort put into improving the presentation of the cutscenes and the dialogue here, as well as the levels themselves. And while there are still a lot of missions, a total of 60 between both the main and the side missions, the typical reused map problem that we're so used to in these longer Armored Core games isn't present here. Not to say that you'll never see maps reused, because you will, but it's nowhere near as common, and even when they are reused, there were never any maps that were used more than twice throughout the entire game. This is a huge improvement from games like Armored Core 5 and Another Age, and to be honest, one that I really wasn't expecting from this game, but one that's welcome nonetheless. And while there are occasionally some fun twists in these missions, like competing for pay with another pilot or defending an objective, unfortunately, almost every mission here is still just a go here and clear out the enemies mission. Like I said in the Armored Core 5 video, I enjoy the core gameplay of Gen 5 enough that this isn't a huge deal for me personally, but I can definitely see this hurting the replayability of both AC5 and Verdict Day if you're someone who really likes to sink a ton of time into these games. And unfortunately, I have to report that a more traditional AC arena did not make a return here. They use the same approach here as in 5, having side missions that are just AC fights, but there is one big improvement here. On top of the dialogue given within the mission, we actually got some written descriptions about the pilots. This gives them a lot more personality than the last game, but there's a catch. See, these bios aren't given before the fight like they traditionally are in the series, they're given after you've already killed them. And I get what they're trying to go for with this, trying to make you feel the weight of the fact that you just killed this person after the fact, but I don't feel like this approach hits as hard as telling you about them before you have to fight. Ultimately, I'm glad to see them giving that personality back to the pilots like they did in the older games, but I really do feel like just putting the bios before the fight rather than after could have been a lot better, and I don't really see why they changed this in the first place. But on the topic of ACs, let's talk about the customization in Verdict Day. I loved the AC customization in AC5, and sure enough, I feel like they've only made improvements to it here. First of which is the return of part tuning. From what I can tell, tuned parts were in Armored Core 5, but the tuning was randomized when you bought a part, and for whatever reason, this system was tied to the game's servers. So if you play the game nowadays, tuning is completely absent from it. But here, it was changed to give the players the ability to tune their parts manually when purchasing. So as far as my experience goes, and that of anyone playing these games post 2014, tuning was effectively reintroduced here in Verdict Day. It doesn't make a huge difference in your builds, but as always, it's those little tweaks that can make your AC feel even more personalized, and I'm not going to turn them down. On top of that, with the elements of the story based around rediscovering old technologies, weapon arms have made a return, leading to even greater build variety. Unfortunately, using weapon arms removes your ability to use both weapon bays as well as additional shoulder weapons like missiles, and from what I tried out, they just aren't strong enough to justify losing that much firepower. They are really cool, and the visual design and the animation of them swapping out with your actual weapons is so badass, but I barely used them in my playthrough because I just didn't feel like they were worth the loss. Something that I did use a lot here though was tank legs. I weirdly never tried them in AC5, so I gave them a shot early on here in Verdict Day and realized how well they play in Gen 5. The movement mechanics allow them to be much more mobile than in the old gen games, and something that I didn't even mention in the AC5 video is the kick mechanic in these games. By holding down the quick boost button in Gen 5, you'll do a quick boost forward and kick at the enemy, dealing massive damage if the attack connects. I never found it very useful until using the tank legs. The damage of the kick seems to be based on the weight of your AC, so due to the weight of a fully decked out tank build, you're hitting them with a ton of force when launching into them like that, and I was able to hit some ACs for up to 15 or 20,000 AP in a single blow sometimes. It's amazing because if you try to fight a tank at range in this game, you'll probably just get beaten out by their firepower, but if you get too close and leave yourself open, you could get hit for insane damage as soon as you slip up. I feel like this is by far the most viable I've ever seen tank builds be in the Armored Core franchise, and I hope that it's something that continues moving forward. But the craziest change in Verdict Day's customization is that your AC isn't the only one you'll be worried about building and tweaking throughout your playthrough. Once again, thanks to the rediscovery of advanced technology, unmanned ACs have made a return to this story, being referred to in this game as UNACs. So in this game, you can hire various pre-configured rental UNACs to bring alongside on missions, or you can customize your own to bring with you, including programming the AI similar to how it worked back in Formula Front. It's not something I engaged with much until near the end of the game, since you need to buy all the parts for them yourself, and the economy in this game is so tight already, but it is really cool to mess around with, and I would never say that this is a bad addition to the game. Another reason I didn't use them much is because Verdict Day is a really hard game, and I know that sentence doesn't make sense on its own, so let me explain. Verdict Day for me personally was one of the hardest games in the franchise so far, and I didn't want to cheese my way through that difficulty by doubling my firepower and having half of the enemy's attention on something other than me. I only really employed UNACs when I was hitting a hard wall, or just when I wanted to get past a mission quickly because I didn't enjoy it. And on the topic of difficulty, let's talk about the end of the game. Throughout the game, your player character ends up making a massive reputation for themselves as being one of the most undefeatable ACs in the field, and so near the end, a representative of the Foundation ends up making a personal challenge to you, essentially calling you out and saying that he's confident he has something that will defeat you. So you meet out in the middle of the desert, and then this happens.
World of order built by the three forces is not one I can live in.
So you abandoned mankind to destroy it?
There is no place for me other than the battlefield, to live as I please and die a senseless death. That is who I am, not a mere man of flesh. War is part of my existence.
That's right. The Foundation managed to revive a Next and find a way to power it, sending his best pilot in it to kill you. And this fight is hard. Like, it's the hardest fight I've seen in the franchise. I spent over 2 hours trying to beat this thing, at first using my build from the few missions before, then changing to a tank build for better firepower, and then even building a duplicate tank build for my UNAC so that we could take them on together, and I was still stuck for over an hour past this point. I was using the best cheese build that I could possibly find for him, and it still took me over an hour past that. And I know that saying this is the hardest fight in the series will cause some anger for some people, mostly because Last Raven exists, but to me, Last Raven and Verdict Day are the two hardest AC games, but for completely different reasons. Last Raven achieved its difficulty through a more endurance-based approach, throwing multiple challenges at you in one mission with no resupplies or repairs, meaning you have to maintain perfect play in what otherwise might have only been moderately difficult encounters. And I did spend about 2 hours on that one pulverizer fight in Last Raven, but that was because it was after a full mission followed by an AC fight, and then you fight the pulverizer with whatever ammo and AP you have left by the end. But here in Verdict Day, they more often take the approach of throwing you at a single encounter with full AP and ammunition, but those encounters can be so difficult that they end up being on par with some of Last Raven's most brutal missions. So the fact that these two missions took me about the same amount of time means that, to me, the next fight here is easily the hardest boss I've encountered thus far, because it didn't even have anything preceding it. I was stuck for over 2 hours on just this fight alone, whereas with the Pulverizer in Last Raven, if that fight was the entire mission, it would have taken me nowhere near as long. But after over 2 hours of effort, me and my UNAC were finally able to get a good run and take this guy down. And this fight was insane. I spent hours in Gen 4 flying around in my Next, blasting standard ACs that never stood a chance, but now that dynamic had been flipped on me, and I realized just how impossible those odds actually were. It was not only the highlight of my Verdict Day playthrough, but even one of the highlights of the entire series so far. Just the sheer pants-shitting terror of this guy flying in and setting up his primal armor to go off was incredible. And before I wrap things up, let's talk about something I forgot to mention in the AC5 video. When you complete the main stories of both Armored Core 5 and Verdict Day, you unlock the ultimate weapons. These are gigantic weapons that were used against you by various bosses throughout the game that you can now equip and use during missions or online play. They aren't very practical, and I never really used them since you have to complete the game to unlock them, meaning they're only really there if you keep playing past finishing the game, but they're really cool and deserve a mention at the very least. But overall, I knew going in that there was a ton of potential in Gen 5's gameplay, and Verdict Day has done nothing but proven me right. The mission structure has been made a lot smoother, the customization only got better, the story is wildly entertaining, and it has an amazingly satisfying difficulty that can even be made easier by using UNACs if you feel like it's too much or you just aren't in the mood. It really is just Armored Core 5, but better in every way and not downgraded in any way. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core Verdict Day a 7.8. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a sub, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And heads up, for the last time in the series, I'll be linking the poll for the next review series in the comments below. So if you want to have a say in what we talk about on the channel next, make sure to vote now or forever hold your peace. And remember, you can pick as many options from the list as you want, so feel free to check every box that you would be interested in rather than trying to sit there and pick which one would be your favorite. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have those linked right here on screen. So after the release of Verdict Day, Armored Core was in the worst spot it's been since the beginning of the franchise. Not because Verdict Day was bad, poorly received, or sold poorly, but because of this bad boy. See, Armored Core Verdict Day had sold a couple 100,000 copies globally, and Dark Souls had sold a little over 10 million. So it was only natural that FromSoftware would run with the Souls games going forward. But after 9 years of silence, a trailer for Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon was shown at the 2022 Game Awards, and after a short 10 months of advertising and hype, was released to the public. So was Armored Core 6 worth waiting nearly a decade for fans of the franchise? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 16th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Armored Core game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the other videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of context about my personal journey with these games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go and check those out first. And as of making this video, this is the latest release in the franchise, so let's make sure that we send this series out with a bang. But with that out of the way, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon is a mech-based third-person shooter developed by FromSoftware and released for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC in 2023. And if you've been paying attention, that also makes this the first, and as of writing, only Armored Core game released natively on PC. And the first thing you're likely to notice with this game is that the near-decade break has led to a massive leap in visuals from Verdict Day, which is even further helped by the art style. Somehow, AC6 manages to have both a distinct art style of its own, while also bringing in elements and styles from basically every older generation of Armored Core. You'll find yourself seeing ACs, MTs, environments, just a whole bunch of things that resemble things that you've seen in the previous games, and it's really cool to see how even after a decade, the art team for this game seemed to have a fantastic understanding of and love for the Armored Core style, no matter which style it is we're talking about specifically. The next thing you'll notice when starting up AC6 is just how smooth the controls are. Movement mechanics from the Gen 5 games have been brought back, such as the boost kick, glide boost toggling, overboost, quick boost, but with a faster pace that feels more similar to Gen 3 out of all the games in my opinion. And all of this just controls so well. Well, except for the glide boost toggling. The Gen 5 games worked off of a hard toggle system for the glide boost, meaning you could only enable glide boosting by tapping the button, and then only disable it afterwards by pressing that same button again. But in AC6, your glide boost will disable if you stop moving for about a second, meaning that if you're anything like me, you'll end up accidentally turning it off all the time, leading to some really awkward moments when you try to start moving again. The hard toggle system in Gen 5 definitely felt a lot better to me personally, and going forward, I would much prefer to see them go back to that compared to the changes that they made here. Along with the returning movement mechanics, the aiming mechanics of Gen 4 have returned using that good old soft lock and hard lock toggle system. And here, the balance of a hard lock system has actually been balanced pretty well. When using the soft lock, you'll lock onto targets faster, and your AC will over or undershoot targets much less often than compared to using hard lock. This means that while you can toggle the hard lock on in order to focus more on your movement and other mechanics, in terms of aiming, you'll actually be at more of an advantage if you use the soft lock. This goes a long way in preserving the skill gap of the game while also allowing players who aren't as advanced with the mechanics to get in and have a good time playing it, and I think it's a really good balance that they found here. And while we're talking aiming, now would be a good time to mention the new multi-missile lock mechanic. When locked onto an enemy, you can hold the button to launch your missiles instead of just tapping it to instead lock onto multiple enemies on the screen, sending your missiles towards all of those targets instead of just one. This isn't something you'll use constantly by any means, but against groups of weaker enemies, it can be a great way to clear the screen quickly, and let's be honest, it just looks really damn cool. Continuing with new mechanics, we have what is easily the most controversial addition to AC6 for old school fans, that being the repair kits. These are a limited amount of healing items that you get for every mission, 3 to be exact, that when used, heal your AC for exactly 4000 AP. And to clear the air for those that haven't played the game yet, these are not here to make the game easier for newer players. These are here because the missions in AC6 are much longer than in traditional Armored Core games and pack way more enemies than we've ever seen from the franchise on top of that. So the repair kits were added out of necessity to balance these more difficult missions, and thankfully, AC fights and bosses have also been balanced with these in mind, meaning they don't destroy the balance of those interactions either. And then there's the other very controversial addition to AC6, and that's the ACS system, or more commonly referred to as the stagger system. This is something taken straight out of FromSoftware's recent title, Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, in which when taking enemy fire, a meter at the bottom of your screen will slowly fill up, and when it's full, your AC will get staggered, making it so that you're unable to move for about 2 seconds, as well as taking slightly increased damage in this state. This system is also applied to all enemies in the game, meaning that your weapons are just as capable of staggering them. In my opinion, this system makes both AC fights and bosses much more dynamic than in previous games, so I enjoy the addition. And in my experience, the stagger system never really comes into play when just fighting large groups of MTs or basic enemies, so honestly, it's not really worth talking about there, it really just applies to the heavier enemies. But I find myself needing to maintain a more constant pressure on enemies and bosses in order to stagger them and get the large punishing damage out of it, and I think that it massively increases the pacing and the intensity of the combat here. You can even make some purely stagger-based builds, which, take it from me, are incredibly fun to mess around with, and I definitely recommend giving it a shot. Another thing I noticed from the first mission was just how incredible the melee combat felt in this game. After nearly a decade of exclusively developing melee-based combat games, FromSoftware has really learned a lot about how to make weighty and satisfying melee combat systems, and it really shows in this game. The level of polish with the melee here is nothing like the Armored Core franchise has ever seen before, and thankfully, it's still incredibly powerful here, meaning you'll get plenty of excuses to play around with it. It also synergizes incredibly well with the new stagger system, allowing you to slowly build up to a stagger, then using your melee weapon while they can't move to hit them incredibly hard. It's a ton of fun, and I even made a couple of purely melee-based builds during my playthrough just because of how much I enjoyed it. And if all of these new mechanics and systems sound overwhelming, well, don't worry, because AC6 actually has training missions that are purely designed to teach you the basics of the game, and even some more in-depth concepts like buildcraft and advanced combat tactics. And don't worry, these are not like the 9-breaker training exercises, these are just one short course apiece, and they're incentivized to complete for all players, whether you're new or a veteran alike, because they award free parts upon completion, so it doesn't feel like you waste your time even if you already know what the game is trying to teach you. And since I've hinted towards it a little bit, we need to talk about the customization. Armored Core 6 does not have a ton of parts. In fact, it might be one of the smallest selection of parts in the entire franchise. However, FromSoft took a very intentional approach here. Instead of making a bunch of slight variations of parts that serve the same purpose, every part in Armored Core 6 serves one very specific purpose, meaning that the builds actually ended up feeling more diverse than usual to me personally, despite the smaller selection. The melee weapons are actually the best example of this, since there's only ever one of each archetype. There's one laser blade, one lance, one chainsaw, one baton, you get the idea. Each of these have completely unique movesets, leading to completely different styles of play depending on which one you're using. So hopefully that example just gives you a better idea of why there are so few parts in this game, but why the build diversity still feels pretty great in my opinion. Armored Core 6 also sees the return of weapon bays from Gen 5, but shoulder weapons have also been brought back, meaning you can mix and match with them as you please. Do you want the classic 2 arm weapons and 2 shoulder weapons? Do you want 3 arm weapons and just 1 shoulder? Maybe just 4 arm weapons to swap between? It's completely up to you and what you want out of your build. I made a ton of different builds during my playthrough that all varied a lot from one another, so hopefully the footage in the background helps to showcase what I'm talking about. But believe me when I say that build crafting is just such a good time in this game, and I feel like I spent more time than usual just in the garage mixing and matching with different builds. AC6 also brought an addition that I never knew that we needed, but that I feel like we can never go back from now that we have it. In a lot of the levels in this game, there are very tall vertical climbs that the player needs to make, and in some previous AC games, this would just lead to you being completely locked out of completing that mission with certain builds. But here in AC6, they've added these catapults that launch any AC high into the air, preventing the build gating problem that some games like Another Age had. It honestly surprises me that it took this long for something like this to be introduced, considering that Armored Core's greatest strength is the personalization of builds, but regardless, it's a great addition, and like I said, one that we can really never go back from now that we have it. But something I'm sure a lot of longtime fans are wondering about after hearing all of these quality of life improvements is, how is the difficulty? Well, it's pretty great, actually. Armored Core 6 walks that very fine line between giving the player their mech power fantasy, but also humbling the player and reminding them that there are more powerful weapons in this universe than in AC. The average MT still won't stand a chance against you if you're paying attention, but large groups of smaller enemies or larger enemies, and especially bosses and other ACs, can easily put you in your place if you slip up. And to really put the difficulty into perspective, after playing all 15 prior games and completing every single one of them, I still died to the tutorial boss at the end of the first mission a couple of times. Now, of course, all Armored Core games' difficulties can vary greatly depending on the build you're using, but assuming you aren't using some hard meta chud build here in 6, it's going to be a pretty challenging experience. And speaking of bosses, Armored Core 6 easily has the best boss design in the franchise. This is another thing where FromSoftware's decade of Souls experience is clearly bleeding into AC6 and in a very positive way. Every boss in this game is completely distinct from one another, offering up their own challenges, their own ways for the player to counter their strategies, and of course, their own over-the-top anime as fuck style. Between the core gameplay of Armored Core 6, the presentation of these bosses, and the genuine challenge that almost all of them offer, I absolutely loved the bosses in this game, and I think it's one of the greatest improvements that it brings to the franchise. They even do that classic Soulsborne thing where they bring the tutorial boss back as a standard enemy near the end of the game to show you how far you've progressed, not only with your build and your actual numerical stats, but with your skill as well. It's just really good stuff, and I hope that we get more boss design like this going forward because I feel like it's a huge step up. The only letdown for me difficulty-wise was the arena, and you guys should know by now how much it hurts me to say this. AC6's arena is more traditional, featuring that numbered ladder that you climb one at a time, as well as some great bios for each pilot telling you about who they are as a person. The player's access to higher rank fights is also gated between certain points of completion in the campaign, leading to great pacing like what was seen back in Master of Arena or Armored Core 3, so I think it really checks all the boxes for a great Armored Core arena, aside from the difficulty. I think that in my entire arena climb in this game, I had somewhere around 5 deaths, and they were all to one opponent. The arena also rewards the player with OS chips for victories, feeding into the new OS tuning upgrades. The OS chips can be used to purchase mechanics from previous games, being the method used to unlock boost kicks, weapon bays, assault armor from AC4, and even some new abilities like a small bubble shield or just some small percentile bonuses to specific damage types. I defeated every AC except for the one in this game on my first try, which is a huge disappointment considering how amazing the AC on AC combat is in this game. Thanks to the wide variety in movement types, weapon types, melee weapons, and the return of the assault armor mechanic, AC battles can be incredibly intense here in AC6, and it's definitely a highlight of the game for me. It also helps that thanks to things like the boost kick, overboost, and quick boost returning, the pace of AC battles is incredibly fast, only adding to the intensity of the game. And there's even a side story being told through the arena here in 6 that feeds directly into one of the possible endings for the game. So like I said before, it has everything it could possibly need to become the greatest Armored Core arena we've ever had, but it completely drops the ball on the difficulty of the fights. And honestly, I think the difficulty problem in the arena comes down to one big thing. It's the repair kits. Not because the repair kits make the fight too easy, because the repair kits are actually disabled for both you and opponents in the arena, but it's because of their absence. I said earlier that the AC battles and the boss fights have been balanced with the repair kits in mind, and that's very true, but that means that when you take them away for the arena, you and your opponents both just die so fast that it ends up being a one-sided blowout for one person or the other, and more often than not, I clearly found myself being the person favored in the matchup. It would be really interesting to see what would happen if they just added the repair kits back into the arena, because I think the drawn out fights might lead to more opportunities for players to make mistakes and actually lose their battles. But speaking of endings for the game, let's talk about the campaign structure a little bit. The campaign structure here feels most similar to For Answer compared to any of the previous games, being split up into 5 distinct chapters with decision points scattered throughout that will affect the ending you get. For your first 2 playthroughs, there are 2 endings available for you to get, and once you've gotten both of those endings, there's a third one that opens up for your New Game Plus Plus run. There's also a new mission type for the second and third playthrough called Alt Missions, where you'll play the same mission that was available on the first run of the game, but halfway through, something will change all of a sudden that leads to a totally different outcome than before. I said back in For Answer that I love this approach to doing multiple endings, and I think that it works especially well here in 6, especially because, much like For Answer, the base gameplay loop is just so addictive this time around. There's also a new system added to the game this time called Log Hunt. This is a system where you can level up your Log Hunt rank by finding particularly strong enemies that are often hidden away from the main path of the mission, and by defeating them, you gain some XP to level up your rank, which then unlocks exclusive parts that you can't get otherwise, and some of the best weapons in the game are acquired through it, such as the new version of the Karasawa being unlocked in the higher ranks. I really like this system because it adds something extra for you to be looking for during both your first playthrough and the subsequent playthroughs you're bound to do to get all the endings. The biggest downside to the game's structure and systems design is the economy though. There really is no economy in Armored Core 6. Parts are relatively cheap compared to mission payouts, repair and ammo costs are very cheap in this game, and you're able to replay missions as much as you want to farm up credits even before having completed the game. To put it into context, in one front-to-back playthrough with no additional credit farming, I built 12 ACs. And not even in the sense that I was selling my parts back to change them out to something new, I owned all of the parts for all 12 of them at once by the time I got to the end of the game. I could sit here and talk about how mission replay changes, or changes to repair and ammo costs, or just rebalancing the prices in the shop might fix it, but honestly, the balance of this system is so foundationally broken that it would need to be completely redone from scratch in order to fix it. And it's a little thing, but the UI design in this game is pretty fantastic. The menus look clean, they're easy to navigate, nothing's confusing or placed where it shouldn't be. It's just one of the most polished UI designs we've seen in the franchise. I don't have a whole lot to get into about the UI beyond that. I just thought it was worthy of note because Armored Core has really had its crazy ups and downs with UI design, and AC6's is basically perfect. The only minor complaint is that the HUD in-game is a bit bland. It's essentially just a new spin on the Gen 5 HUD, except for all the color has been taken out of it for whatever reason, so it's just a bunch of white bars and numbers all over your screen. And it does a perfectly good job at communicating the information to you, but it's just really bland, and there's no in-game option to change the colors like in previous games, so you're just stuck with the HUD looking like this. And finally, let's talk about the story. In my opinion, Armored Core 6 doesn't have the best story in terms of world building or plot, but it's told and presented in such a way that makes it feel like it's by far the best the franchise has ever seen. The writing is great, even in the English translation, the characters are incredibly likable, and the lore and world building is very strong. The basic premise for the game is that you are 621, an enhanced AC pilot whose brain was fried during augmentation, who mindlessly carries out the orders of their master, Handler Walter. You arrive on the planet Rubicon, and early on, missions are very basic and feel like random busy work for the corporations. But a few hours into the game, you get caught up in a blast of coral, the incredibly valuable resource the corporations are warring over here on Rubicon, and Air, a Rubiconian, gets stuck in your head as a result. Through Air and the events of the game, 621 slowly regains his agency and starts forging his own path, making decisions for himself rather than blindly listening to his handler. And your decisions end up playing a very large role in how the war for the coral on Rubicon plays out. Throughout this story, you'll make friends and alliances on Rubicon, only to find yourself at a point where you need to betray one or the other, and it really engaged me in a way that no other Armored Core story has previously. For example, there's one character, V4 Rusty, who is endlessly likable.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've got your back, buddy. Hope you've got mine.
And at one point in the story, I had to betray him and fight him to the death. And I was genuinely so upset over this because I felt like me and Rusty were such great partners, and now I was being forced to kill him or be killed by him. At the end of the fight though, Rusty activates his primal armor and escapes. Moments like this really make up the emotional component of the game's story and give it a completely unique feel to those of prior games. Near the end of the game, Handler Walter gets captured and killed by one of the corporations, and I was left with Walter's only remaining ally outside of myself, a woman named Carla. But then I got the reveal that the coral itself is actually a race of sentient beings that humanity have been burning as fuel for their weapons and technology. So I get put in a situation where I need to decide whether I side with Walter's last wishes to burn all the coral on Rubicon so that no one can use it to make more destructive weapons, or side with Air, the piece of coral that's been in my head from the beginning of the game, and save the rest of the coral from complete eradication. For my playthrough, I decided to side with Air and the Rubiconians and turned against Carla in doing so. And as I was about to go off to retake the ship from Carla on my own, this happened.
Looks like the guest of honor's here. Hey, buddy. Never thought I'd be rubbing shoulders with the liberator of Rubicon. Every Rubiconian who heard your cry rose up to fight. show them there's a future for Rubicon beyond these scorched skies.
So me and Rusty go forward to retake the ship together, fighting a ton of MTs and even a couple rematches against early game bosses. Eventually though, this leads to me having a direct confrontation with Carla and her AI companion Chatty, in which I end up needing to kill them both, taking away Walter's only remaining friend and completely locking me into my decision to betray his final wish. But Carla had planned for something like this, and the ship was already locked into its course to crash into the coral and set it all ablaze. So for the final mission, I needed to destroy the ship's generators to cause it to crash land back into the planet and save the coral from destruction. And once I had done so, it was over, and I was just left with this somber float through the atmosphere.
The coral's safe. Rubicon's safe.
Is that you?
Of course though, things are never that simple, and now I needed to kill the man who had brought me to the planet in the first place. The man who had only ever done right by me and who I had betrayed in death turned out to actually be alive the whole time, just brainwashed by the corporation. I fought Walter to the death, and then it was actually over. And this is just one of the possible ending routes you can go down in Armored Core 6. There are two more that also have a completely unique ending sequence based on your actions, and they're all very much worth seeing. So overall, Armored Core 6 is a great return for the franchise. It feels completely unique from previous generations, but it also feels like it takes design cues from pretty much every single one of them, leading to a game that feels completely distinct, yet so familiar for longtime fans. It really managed to blend the things that fascinated me from the early generations and the positive innovations of the 4th and 5th gens, and make what is, in my mind, the greatest Armored Core game ever made. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon an 8.6. And that's it, you guys. We have played and reviewed every game in the Armored Core franchise. It was a long 4 months of work, but it was a worthwhile journey to go on, and I hope that you guys enjoyed the series. I will be moving on to a new series after this video that, as of writing, has not been finalized yet, but I've got some great ideas, and I'm really excited for whatever comes next. You guys really made this series possible, since without all of you, I'm just a guy sitting here talking to himself, and I probably would have dropped it way back in the Gen 1 games. So I'd love to see you guys hang around the channel wherever we go next. Don't think that I don't recognize your name or your profile picture, because I absolutely do. But if not, thank you again for even spending this much time watching. And just know that whenever something new comes from the Armored Core franchise, I will absolutely be looking forward to covering it, and you can totally expect a video from me. But anyway, what do you guys think about Armored Core 6? Let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. YouTube's ad revenue can be pretty inconsistent, so the members and patrons really make these videos possible, and I can't thank you guys enough. But if you can't afford it, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Armored Core videos, so I'll have those linked right here on screen.